Mm-hmm. Where the heck am I? The stones of this ancient tower have been blackened by centuries-old fires. Surrounded by something, I don't know. What the heck is this place?
Sure.
Sugar. Time to get that high. Sugar rush.
Huh?
Following this will require the proper key.
I'm on the trail.
Where's the proper key? Get me out of here.
Hey.
Oh, can I only choose
Hey.
between one or two? Oh yeah, I have to only choose.
Hey.
They're exclusive. Dang.
All these pages serve no better use
Nice
than
and
fuel
quiet.
for the fire.
Welcome to the Hall of Revealed Mysteries. The woman barely glances up from the tomes on the table as you approach. You're welcome to browse the stacks, but don't mind. Oh, but mind that you keep your voice down. This is still a temple, after all, and Grimda doesn't tolerate disorder. Tell me about yourself. She throws her broad shoulders back. I'm a scrivener and a devotee of Whale. It's my duty to look after our records and resources. Her chest swells with pride. Anything else? This is a temple. It looks like a library. Her eyes grow wide and round. That's because it is. Whale is the god of mysteries and answers, encryption and decryption, concealment and revelation. She raises her hands to the rows of shelves. Its guidance comes from the understanding of the unknown and the protection of hidden knowledge. The Hall of Revealed Mysteries was built to celebrate that. To think there was such a place in the Deerwood. Incredible. I'd love a glimpse of the archives. How many secrets must sit upon those shelves? Fascinating. Isn't it? Temples dedicated to Whale tend to hold vast stores of knowledge. We use that knowledge to unravel and preserve the mysteries of the world. Grimda. Lexa speaks reverently. Why, she's the High Archivist. She's one of the most accomplished scholars alive today. Nothing goes on here without her knowing about it. Almost nothing anyway. She scratches behind her ear. You should probably tread lightly around her today. Farewell. No entry into the archives without Grimda's permission. Books. None of these books have the information I require. Keep searching, the obscured leaves clues for those who seek.
Good day, stranger.
An elderly dwarf surveys the stacks. Her skin looks as tough and wrinkled as a walnut. Despite her stature, she manages to look down her nose at you. You're welcome to look around, but let the priests and scriveners continue their search. She shoots the nearest robed figure a withering glare. When you to give them any other excuses? What are they looking for? Maybe I could find it. She sizes you up, stroking her chin. And I could trust you to bring it back, I suppose. He scowls at the robed priests again. You certainly couldn't do worse than this lot anyway. These made off with an ancient scroll of Whale. They intend to blaspheme by selling that which should remain hidden, a secret of the 100 visions. Her wiry eyebrows arc over her spectacles. The guards caught one of them but were overzealous in their interrogation. All they could piece together was something about a farmhouse and a road to Deerford. Track the thieves down. I don't care what you do with them, but bring back the scroll. Whale rewards the persistent seeker, and so do I. An ancient scroll of Whale? There's a fine prize. I mean a worthy task. What else do you need? Tell me about yourself. I am the High Archivist of Hall of Revealed Mysteries. She coughs loudly into her fist, and I am too old and too busy to be bothered with inane questions. Even just one or two, Kana sighs. I'd like to know more about Whale. Her smile reveals a row of crooked teeth. That's the rub, isn't it? Whale is the god of things hidden and revealed. The more of the 100 visions one sees, the more one has yet to discover. Though we often call Whale he who sees and is not seen, it is neither male nor female. To assign any definitive characteristics to Whale is to miss another essential part of its divinity, the 100 visions. A term of reverence for Whale's many revelations. Despite the name, they are infinite. Each epiphany leads to yet another enigma. And I thought I was busy. I had questions about the scroll. It seems odd that a few burglars managed to steal from a place like this. Grimda huffs and squares her shoulders. Some secrets Whale keeps even from me. Tell me what you know about the thieves. Very little, except that they were foolish to believe they could steal from the god of secrets, that and they were fleeing to a farmhouse. How should I handle the thieves? Okay, I'll go find the scroll then. No entry into the archives without Grimda's permissions. Okay, so I probably shouldn't lockpick the door. I'll wait until I come back with the scroll.
Sure.
This looks like the kind of place we could find allies. For a prize.
What's on this table? Did I get caught stealing? Like, a well-groomed man steps through the hall with a confident swagger, a smug grin etched on his face. He is flanked by 5 other hard-looking individuals. One of his companions eyes you for a moment before spitting chew at your feet. Another pup comes wandering in, I see. I just know that Bine's giant slayers run things around here and you'll be fine. Whatever you say. That's good advice. Here's the rest. 1. The choice bounties are ours. 2. The giant slayers don't share. It's that simple. A voice bellows across the hall. Enough jabber, Bine. You gonna do the job or talk about it? His jaw tightens. Wanon's right. That coin ain't going to collect itself. He looks at his comrades and jerks his chin toward the door. See you around, pup. That was weird.
Don't stand on ceremony. State your business.
Tell me about the dozens. O'Nine's expression becomes serious, the timbre of his voice deepening. Good men and women trying to walk in the footsteps of great men and women who came before us. We're a loose association of warriors and expeditionaries in the Deerwood. Not as fancy as the Crucible Knights, mind you, but at least we remember our roots. At least they remember someone else's roots and pretend to be like them, he means. Your roots. The Crucible Knights take pride in having won the Deerwood's freedom 150 years ago, but we're the ones who protected it. Everyone knows that the Saints' War ended when the Godhammer destroyed Waidwen at Yvonne de Were Bridge. A lot of folks don't know how Waidwen wound up on that bridge. 7 men, 5 women. They walked out of High God Citadel and faced down a god. Hold him there until the bomb went off. He thumps the table. That's the legacy we defend. Some call us mercenaries, but we don't need matching armor and silky cloaks to remember our roles. We're the same now as we were then. We stand up for the people. First line of defense, whatever it takes. We got new enemies now. If it's not Waidwen, it's his damned legacy. It's the damn saw butchers in Brackenbury making things worse on all of us. Probably causing the whole thing, one way or another. Well, we haven't gone anywhere, and there's a lot more than 12 of us now. We defended Deerwood once, we'll do it again. Wenon casually nods your way. His eyes continue to float from mercenary to mercenary as he speaks. What else do you need? I'm looking for work.
Go see Osric. He's usually got something. You do well for him, maybe I can find you more.
Got it. Farewell. Who the heck's Osric? Oops, I'm standing in your way. Watch where you're shooting that thing. That stance is gonna get you killed. Have you ever even held a weapon before? Put some weight into that swing.
For the last time, Aidwig, keep your fucking blade up. If that dummy was armed, it'd have your head off.
Tell me about the expedition hall. It's treasure hunting, plain and simple. Sponsors put up money, hire adventurers to explore the wilds, looking for ruins mostly. If they come back alive, they split the spoils. If not, it's because they handle their weapons like this lot in front of me, who might as well be digging their own graves right now. Got business with me? I'm looking for work.
You want an expedition? Talk to Wenon. I just handle these mercenary shit shovelers. Adventurers, I mean.
Oh, go, he says you up. I do have something I need done, something that requires. He glances sidelong at an adventurer flailing away helplessly at a dummy. Competence. What do you need done?
I was formerly one of the Knights of the Crucible. When I left, they kept my arms and armor. The arms they can have, but the armor belonged to my family. I'd like it back.
Why don't you just go ask for it back?
No. Oh, they'd like that, I'm sure. But I won't be going. Sooner be torn apart by dogs than give them the satisfaction.
Doesn't sound like leaving the Crucible Knights was your choice.
You don't choose to leave knighthood. The Crucible Knights, they may not be a real knighthood, but the oaths you swear are just as true. Still, turns out that even unofficial knighthoods have politics. You cross the wrong man, suddenly all kinds of accusations are thrown your way, and nobody believes you.
Nothing more destructive than a crowd was the wrong idea. What's this armor?
It's a breastplate. Not much to look at, and it's seen far too much use, but it's been in my family since the liberation.
I'll see what I can do.
Then it's Penhelm you're looking for. A low snake of a man. If he was to die choking on his own black tongue, it'd be too kind of fate. He kept it when he had me kicked out.
I got word from a reliable source that Penhelm visited a forger in Aldra's gift right after having his soul lineage read by a cipher in Dunrid Row. Did you have it in your heart to find a way to ruin his life while you're there? Well, drinks on me, having his soul lineage read.
It's a requirement to join the Knights. They have to ensure a novitiate doesn't have a subversive lineage. If Penhelm's superiors found out his affidavit was a fake, his career would be over. Every novitiate gets an affidavit from Dunreed Row, and those are stored at Crucible Keep. If you find Penhelm's, one of those ciphers could tell you if it's real.
Agani scratches the back of her neck. If generations of Masuk's traditions are my indication, this penhel probably doesn't remember a hit. Still, a past like that has to count for something. Farewell. I don't really understand this.
Sagani, does your fox bite?
Yes.
Can I pet him anyway?
It's your hand.
I'm gonna pet him.
That's sweet. Where am I going? What is it? I'm looking for a neighborhood with a tower. It's near a cemetery. Best you stop looking then. The place you want is Heritage Hill. You can see the tower over the district walls out that way. The Justicar points to the northwest, but something happened there. They don't let people in anymore, and none of the knights want to be posted anywhere close to it. Steer clear if you know what's good for you. Where are the mad kept in Defiance Bay? Only place around here that takes them in is the Brackenberry Sanitarium. I've heard they can treat your soul there, take the madness away. But there's just as many stories coming out of that place that'll chill your blood. There's a man, if you want to call him that, Ethelmore there. He's head warden. If you're visiting or checking yourself in, he's the one to talk to. Farewell. Two-sided. What does that mean? What business keeps you to the keep?
Hello.
Admar gives you an appraising eye. Judging by the scars on his face, he's lucky to be able to do that much. Every day we get more than the hinterlands pouring into Defiance Bay. Keeps us busy on the watch it does. You look like you are recently arrived yourself. Who are you? A soldier of the Crucible Knights. I'm proud of it. I help keep everything running at the keep so that Commander Cliver can focus on more important matters. Looking for something, or just knocking the dirt off your boots? What goes on in Crucible Keep? This is the headquarters of the Crucible Knights, so it's where we store arms and armor, as well as where many of our soldiers bunk. Commander Cliver's in the back making plans as usual. He scratches a scarred cheek. You'll find the forge at the west end of the building, along with our master smith, Dunstan. There's also a shrine to the golem. If you're the praying type, tell me about the Crucible Knights. We're the defenders of Defiance Bay. We're not exactly a formal knighthood, but don't tell Commander Cliver I said that, he grins. We were the first organized militia to oppose Adrian rule, and today, we're the largest force in the city. Our soldiers undergo years of combat training, and our officers are required to have their souls read by that critter out in Dunreed Row. What's this about Dunreed Row? Just a requirement of the Crucible Knights, so the higher-ups know there's nothing messy built in your soul's past. Aldmar widens his stance. Keeping the ranks pure is fine by me. I just wish they were more useful in hiring their ciphers. What's wrong with their ciphers? He shifts his weight and glances at the empty halls. They're mostly Orlans. I'm sure they're talented enough, but you just can't trust them. Hostility's in their nature, and they've learned to hide it over the years. He frowns and crosses his arms. All I'm saying is they should at least be supervised by other folk. That's reasonable enough, is it? If people treated them better, you wouldn't have to worry about them being so hostile. Aldmar shrugs. I'm just speaking the truth. Nowadays, it seems that's the biggest crime of all. So many Justicars in this place. Forge. Having so many stuff to steal. Oh, this is the forge.
If this is about the breastplates, I already told Cleaver they won't be repaired till next week.
What do you do here?
I'm a forge master. I'm a master smith for the Crucible Knights. But the way I see it, I'm also keeping up with our old traditions. The first members of our order were smiths. Nowadays, most everyone's a professional soldier. I suppose it's to be expected, but I think it's important we keep up with our roots, too.
Tell me about the knights.
We were all smiths back in Hodrick's day, though I'm about the only one here who still gets his hands dirty. We're a fearsome fighting force, though these days I think Cleaver takes more pride in our parade formations.
He thinks himself a progressive man, but he's obsessed with soul lineages and connections to the Deerwood's heroes of old. He picks up his hammer again. Other than Dunreed Row, who really knows about any of that though? Only the best soldiers get to patrol the palace. Dang, I'm getting XP just by exploring this area. I like it. Free EXP is always welcome. Need to deal with Heritage Hill. Justicar's gaze flicks over to you briefly before returning to the novitiates theater in the training area. If this is about patrols, my novitiates are already stretched to their limit. Between the refugee influx and the mess at Heritage Hill, I simply don't have any units to spare. After a pause, she looks over at you again. I'm sorry, was there something else you need? Is something wrong at Heritage Hill? She lowers her voice. What isn't wrong is the real question. A whole district of walking, flesh-eating corpses. We sealed the area 2 months ago, just after I lost one of my finest commanders there, and yet this is the second guard rotation to disappear. There are already enough rumors about the place floating around the keep without my soldiers whispering about these disappearances. She shakes her head. I'd just as soon abandon the district if those monsters should find a way out. I could look into it. She steps back and regards you. After what I've just told you, you want to go to Heritage Hill? I've lost trained soldiers there. Why should I let anyone in? If people are disappearing, someone's got to figure out what's happening to them. If you're so eager to rush to your death, I won't stop you. She quietly looks on at the novitiates, and if you're somehow able to put a stop to this, you've got my permission to enter Heritage Hill. I'll send word to the guards at the gate. Tell me about Heritage Hill. Used to be one of the most prestigious districts in Defiance Bay, but a few months ago the residents all went mad, started eating each other, and anything else that had the bad luck to wander into the district. I've never seen anything like it. Now every novitiate that stands guard there, everyone that comes back anyway, talks of the stench of the grave and the groans of unspeakable horrors. He holds up one plate-clad finger. The why and the how are questions for the animancers. I've sealed the district in hopes of containing whatever happened there. It seems to be working for now. If there's nothing else, I must attend to my duties. What do you do here? I'm in charge of the keep's novitiates. I'm responsible for their training and patrol assignments. He nods at the group gathered in the training room. They're good soldiers, and they've been quick to adapt to new challenges. Farewell. Oh, I can take from this. There's nothing here. I'm sad.
We just don't have the manpower. Refugees from every corner of the Deerwood. The dozens getting them all riled up about animancy. At this rate, we'll need twice the soldiers to patrol Defiance Bay. Yes? Can I help you with something?
You're in charge of the Crucible Knights? Here in Defiance Bay anyhow. The High Justice is the leader of our order, but he's currently stationed at Fleetbreaker Castle. My job is to oversee our forces in Defiance Bay and to keep order for the Duke. Was there something else I can do for you? Why don't you have enough soldiers?
Fleetbreaker Castle. The High Justice has summoned almost half of my novitiates and more of my justiciars to a keep on the other side of New Hailmar. It's not for me to question the High Justice's orders, but it's left us short-handed. And mark me, we're just a couple sparks away from anarchy.
Is there any way I can help? I know how to handle myself. He gives you a thin smile, always refreshing to meet someone who would rather fix a problem than complain about it. Forge Master Dunstan is working with an animancy scholar to build what we're calling Forge Knights. Warriors that can patrol our streets without suffering fatigue, disobedience, or fear. Some agitator throws a rock at him. We don't have to worry about things getting out of hand. He's constructed the armor, but we need the scholar's research. Unfortunately, she hasn't been around the last few times my novitiates have checked. Liana lives with the rest of the scriveners out in Copper Lane, but I haven't the soldiers to spare at the moment. Go to the scrivener's dormitory and see if you can find her. When you get the research, just bring it to Dunstan. This is his area of expertise anyway. Once you've brought him the research, he can sell you any arms or armor if you have need. He forges and repairs all of our equipment. You won't find a more capable smith in Defiance Bay. Tell me about the Knights of the Crucible. I see.
Strange place for a shrine to Abidan, Crucible Keep. Maybe it made more sense at some point before it gathered all that dust. The only thing the Knights of the Crucible worship these days is the nobility, as far as I understand it.
I knew some soldiers who got recruited by the Knights after the war was over. They told me about it. They get these young kids in there and they tell them about blacksmithing and about the revolution and about tradition. Talk about the golem like he created the Crucible Knights in his forge to go win Deerwood's independence. Then they join, and it turns out all any of those knights ever talks about is when are we gonna get recognized as a real knighthood? When are we getting our titles in our land? The High Justice wants to be an arrow. Says it's Abaddon's will. He got a castle and an army. We wonder how long he'll wait before he starts a war over it, saying Abaddon told him to. It seems like some members do still take their ideals seriously. You see it with the older knights, some of them. They were taught differently. I feel for them, seeing all that slowly wearing way around them, with nothing to be done because the wrong people are in charge. Shame they don't have better people leading them.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
I must gather my party before venturing. Oh, it's nighttime already. I mean daytime.
Yeah.
I've got time. I think. I hope. It's a whole day, huh?
Have you ever chased a skirt wizard? Or do you merely hide behind?
Don't pawn your personal problems off on me.
They will use you, cast you off when it suits them. Never speak another word to you.
Maybe they just don't answer to fiery whore.
Am I even going the right way? I forgot who I was supposed to be looking for. Find Viana. Next Viana. Where did I find her? I don't see a Viana anywhere.
Well met, friend.
I'm looking for Viana. I like Viana. She's always talking about middlemen, which is strange since I'm pretty sure she doesn't eat snowcat. His brow wrinkles. I don't talk about middlemen either, and I do eat snowcat, huh? Anyway, she's not here right now. Flew away to Andra's gift to meet her friend Bessia. No, Klesia. Yes, Klesia. Klesia is the friend she's gone to meet in Andra's gift. In the house, not a boat. North house, empty house. Andra's gift has a lot of boats. We should go rowing sometime. He beams at you and nods his head.
Politics, infighting, greed, and a shrine to Margaret as well. Her clergy belongs there.
Okay. I wish to go inside.
Greetings.
The young woman wears a simple but wear-tailored uniform. She watches the comings and goings around her with quiet attention. Any news to share, or are you just here to see Ducal Palace? What's the Ducal Palace? It's the seat of government here in Defiance Bay. This is where Duke Admeth Hardra declared freedom from Adrian rule some 150 years ago. She lowers her voice and grins. It's also a hotbed of regional politics. Trust me, the gossip here beats what you'll find in any tavern or brothel in this city. Dear wooden politics. It changes too quickly to be worth keeping up with. Better to strike up conversation in the taverns than try to loiter inconspicuously in the palace corridors. Looking for news? Who are you? Duck Evar's been meeting with some of the city leaders for weeks now, trying to figure out how to address the legacy. The whole business is terribly secret though. I tried to sit in the gallery during my lunch break one day and got turned away. She sniffs. But a lot of the talk concerns animancy, so there's good reason they're keeping the meetings behind closed doors. The legacy? Waidwin's legacy. That's what a lot of people call the Rash of Hollowborn. The theory goes that it's punishment for meddling in animancy. Why is animancy so controversial? She laughs. Where to begin? Traditionalist think it's a crime against the gods. There's no question that poking around in souls is risky, but the more progressive elements believe it's our only shot at restoring healthy births. And it doesn't help matters that animancy research often involves old Ingwithian relics that were illegally looted from the ruins of Ir Glanfath. She makes a quick twitching motion with her index and middle fingers, but are hollowborn. He raises an eyebrow. You really are fresh from the road. Hollowborn are Trojan born without souls. They often don't live for very long, and those that do have generally received some kind of treatment from the animancers. So what do you think about animancy? Me, I think the real danger of animancy is confusing a real scholar with an expensive fake. We get a new case here every day. Some poor couple in the gift or a copper lane who spent every copper they had on a miracle cure for their unborn child. It never works. She shakes her head. Breaks your heart. But there's usually nothing we can do for them, I see. Tell me about the current duck. That would be Aver Wolfgren. Don't let the title fool you though. Our ducks have been elected since independence. Some find Duck Aver rather coarse. He's a frontier noble. Personally, I think a rough and tumble type is just what Defiance Bay needs. Okay. Only people with official invitations are allowed to observe the animancy hearings. Over here. Oh, it's just another exit or entrance or whatever you call it.
Good day to you.
A taciturn man with graying hair pores over a tome he's just withdrawn from one of the shelves. He glances up at you with spaggy eyes. Yes, is there something I can pull for you? I'm looking for militia records from the time of the Saints' War, trying to find out what happened to someone. The man clears his throat. We've had a number of inquiries about such information. I'm afraid we've had to bar access to the public. Seems there are still quite a number of folk in Deerwood who bear ill will toward Reaturans. It would be irresponsible to surrender their names to just anyone. Many came to settle here as refugees. Perhaps if you were more established in Defiance Bay, things would be different, but I have no reason to suspect you be any different from the others. Perception 17. There is something peculiar about the record keeper's inflection. The differences are subtle, but it does not sound like any native Deerwooden you've heard. We've come a long way. I just need to find out about my brother. I don't even know what side he fought for. You must understand, I have heard many such stories. I'm afraid there is nothing I can do for you. Farewell.
Hey,
Yeah.
What now? Where are you?
All these circling feet heading nowhere.
Gods keep you.
What can this humble servant of the Republics do for you?
Yeah.
Bring back the feisty one. There's a woman can do some damage squeezing her legs together.
It isn't a parlor trick. Besides, she doesn't take orders well.
She has backbone, that woman. Does it scare you?
No, but I won't be responsible for what happens if you call her whore.
Yeah, you tell him, Allah.
How's the hand?
turning purple. I'd have to cut it off.
I warned you not to pet him.
If I'm not supposed to pet him, why is he so soft?
That's pretty good logic, Fedor.
That's unusual.
Money. I like money. Oops, that's stealing. I don't like stealing. Dang. I've been denied. I hope that money wasn't the elves, because that would be stealing. As you enter the room, you see several figures huddled together. They stand at attention, armed, but not in matched gear like the Crucible Knights. At the center of the group, one woman looms over another, holding a flail. She snarls at the cowering figure. You've got pages of research here. You expect me to believe this was just your scratch work? It's nothing, I promise, just my notes. You hear a painful smack as the woman backhands her captive. We know you were meeting with the Crucible Knights. You think they're the only ones with power in the city? They call us the Dozens for a reason. Now I won't ask you again. At a nudge from one of her men, the woman turns and sees you watching. Her eyes narrow. You shouldn't be here. What's going on here? She tightens her grip on her flail. Nothing you need to know about. Oh gosh. Everyone, retreat. No, Durance, go back. What's going on? Alright, fine, attack.
Ready, Watcher.
Oh shoot, there's another guy over there. What are you doing standing there? Hey dear, what are you doing? Knock him down.
Hey.
Hang up on that archer.
Beyond sea.
Another set.
Following your lead.
Down by one.
Oh gosh, she's dying. Heal. Everyone move out of the way.
Hey.
Engage. Engage. Engage.
Hey.
There we go.
How many?
Our destruction, please.
Hey.
Why do the skeletons do no damage?
Hey.
Rihanna's face is covered in bruises and her eyes are widened with shock and relief. I don't know who you are, but thank you. Rapid hitching breaths punctuate her words. I was sure they were going to kill me. She wipes a tear from her cheek, wincing as her knuckle grazes a bruise. Let's get out of here. She gnaws us on a split lip. Commander Cliver of the Crucible Knights is waiting on my research. Not that you haven't already done a lot for me, but maybe you could take it to him? I kept it with me to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands, but you can see how well that worked out. He nods at Dodwina's corpse. She took it from me when I arrived. She takes a deep breath. Anyhow, don't wait on me. I can make my own way out of here. I'll be alright.
Yeah.
Thank you again. Wait, where did these bruised ribs come from? I don't understand. This game is confusing.
Hey, Olaf, can I, talk to your, your friend? What is it about Isilmir? I'm right here, you know. No, you're both great. It's just, well, I feel like I don't get to spend as much time with her, and she's just so funny. I mean, some of the things she says are not nearly as funny when you've been hearing them for 50 years.
Oh dang. 50 years. Oh wait, Crucible Keep is not down here. Oops.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
I must scatter my party before venturing forth. Something else on your mind? Commander Cliver said you are working with an animancer to build Fortunites.
So much for his talk of secrecy. I'm building Cleaver's Metal Warriors. He says they're what we need to keep order in Defiance Bay, so...
How are you creating these Fortunites? Suits of armor and souls. Cliver's had me repairing and reinforcing unused armor for months now, just so we can fill them with some poor sod's essence. He wipes his shining brow. As long as that scholar girl's got her numbers right, infusing the armor with a soul won't be that hard, but that's not what bothers me. Do you disagree with Cliver about the Fortunites? I disagree with him on everything, on near about everything, and this is no exception. These Fortunites won't solve our manpower problem. He can call them what he wants, but they aren't knights. Doesn't take Itumak's nose to smell the trouble here. A group that can't stand together is headed for a fall. He folds his arms and looks at the ground. And don't get me started on the other problem. Those souls he's bought to power the Fortunites. Ivor keeps telling himself that they came from willing donors, but he knows better. There's a reason you have to buy souls through less than legal channels. We should be clearing those scavengers off the road, not doing business with them. And you need Viana's research to complete them. She's been working out a method to transfer the souls into the armor. Getting the process just right is critical. He holds up one hand. Bind a soul too tightly and you get something like those flesh constructs at the sanitarium. Barely bright enough to avoid walking into a wall. He raises his other hand, but bind them too loosely and they'll be too self-aware for their own good. Mad killers in metal bodies. Built to last. Wait, what? Did I not do this quest properly? I don't understand.
You've been on your own for 5 years,
I've had Itamar.
but you can't talk to him.
My standards changed around year 2.
Oh, I forgot to loot their bodies. Darn it. Sigh. Can't believe I forgot. I'm an idiot. Where'd the flail go? Oh, I had that mask on this whole time. You want a club? You want a club? Oh, this club has a special name. I want a club. Maybe not.
I suppose Cleaver's sent you down here to get me working on those Forge Nights, eh?
I think this is what you've been looking for.
That's what Cleaver's been looking for anyway. If you found it, I guess I've got to start.
Don't sound too happy about this. I'm not, but I've made it clear to Cliver that this is a mistake. Trying to harness Solas like this, it's a crime against the gods, and it's bound to earn us more trouble than it saves. But Cliver's given me his orders, so I've got to build these things as best I can. Anyway, Cliver's told me I'm to sell you any arms or armor you might want. You won't find better anywhere in Defiance Bay, I can promise you that.
Now, time to see if that Valian was worth all that blood and copper.
He takes a polished breastplate and goes to work. Oh, I'm scared.
I'll be damned. To be honest, even I wasn't expecting it to work this well. Back to it. Cleaver will want me to finish the rest of them. And it sounded like he has a job for you, too.
Tell me what you have for sale. What the heck is this? So expensive. Unique as stock 200. Why is it so expensive? Got any bows for me? Oh, no bows. Fine. It's not here. How may I be of assistance? Was there more you needed me to do?
Dunstan will complete the first squad of Forge Knights in no time. Now the High Justice will want to have his Forge Masters at Fleetbreaker Castle create more. I've made a copy of Viana's research, and the High Justice has sent a courier to Anslog's Compass to retrieve it. The dozens have gotten too active for the courier to come to Defiance Bay. And after Viana's kidnapping, we've got to assume they know about our plans. That's why I'm sending you to deliver the research. You shouldn't be recognizable to the dozens. Yet.
Not much the dozens do recognize other than things that make them feel threatened. But after this, I'll expect they'll learn of your association with us, and they won't be too happy about it. Neither will the OMNLs, he snorts. They're trying to expand the family business, and they resent us for standing in the way. I need to think about this. I can appreciate caution, but just remember where the real power in Defiance Bay lies. We're doing the work of the Duke after all. Bye.
Yeah.
Adair, you have said you fought in the Saints' War, but for which side?
The one that blew up my god.
I didn't mean anything by it. I imagine a man with a head made of fire and light would be very convincing.
Funny thing about Dear Woodens. With all that fire and light, they just treated him like another authority figure.
I don't understand what they meant by that. I think it's time for the party to get some rest. And proper in. Nothing solid ground. Or I can move the map with the mouse button.
Gods keep you.
Oh wait, the common room costs money? It's crazy. This is nice. One day, 25 hours remaining. That doesn't make any sense. Unless there's more than 25 hours in a day in the world. I don't understand it. Oh shit, it's nighttime.
Next time we get the chance, I'm buying you a pint. That means a lot, Adair. Oh, do you want one too? Sorry, I meant for Isselmere. I'll get you one too.
You asked me for one and I said no. Not until you're older and more responsible. Do you remember this conversation? Bodhi's eyes are fixed on the ground in front of him, yes sir. And yet I find you out here playing with a blade that clearly belongs to the knights. Do you see the problem? I didn't steal it. Honest. I traded a secret for him. He points at you. Ask him. Hammer turns to you. Is what my son says true? Yes, it is. He's just a boy. Do you understand me? What were you thinking getting him a blade like that? You stay away from him from now on. Come along, Gordy. I won't have you loitering out here all day. What the heck is going on? This isn't natural.
Who's a good boy? Who needs his belly scratched?
Not me. I'm fine. Are you here about my boy? The woman looks like she hasn't slept in days. Her hair is a rat's nest of tangles, and her eyes are lined with shadows. She casts an anxious glance at the door. Her eyes widen, somewhere between hope and apprehension. Are you here about Darren? No, but if it's something that I can help with, I will. It's my son. His father, Wade, took him fishing 2 days ago, and I haven't seen them since. The neighbors are no help, and the city watch hardly bothers with the gift these days. I'll be out on the docks and looking myself, but I can't leave the baby. Her eyes wander to her crib. Then she lowers her voice. I don't dare to take a hollow-born out. What was the violence near the brothel? Tell me more about the disappearance. What do you want to know? Tell me about Darren. The ghost of a smile flickers across her lips. He's a brave lad, if a little too bold for his own good, but he's always been a dutiful son and a gentle brother. He's got a dark hair, quick eyes, and a ready smile. When you find him, you'll recognize him in a heartbeat, I'm sure of it. Tell me about Wade. She scowls and brushes a greasy strand of hair from her face. Sometimes I don't know whether to rejoice or rue that he comes home as often as he does. He spends most of his time and all of our money drinking at the brothel, as ever since her gaze returns to the silent cradle. Where did you see them last? Wade was taking Darren fishing at the docks. That was 2 days ago. I have no more questions. Oda closes her tired eyes, likely for the first time in 2 days. I don't know how to thank you. I don't have much to spare these days, but Andra bless you for anything you can do. Let's go to the docks then.
This history?
Not even a little.
But think of the opportunities. You could learn so much about the past.
There are some things I'm happy not knowing.
Hail and well met.
Iron. Why is everything so expensive? Dog? Cat? A man stands in the corner of the warehouse, directing traffic. Gems wink from the many rings on his fingers as he points and waves at the laborers. Its silk clothes, though finely embroidered, aren't new. You notice a couple mended seams around the shoulders and a discreet patch on one elbow.
Gods keep you.
When he sees you, he throws his arms wide in an expansive welcome. Greetings. You have come to the warehouse and headquarters of the Valley and Trading Company. He consults a pocket watch. Some of the gold filigree has chipped away. But you are late. I sent word to the expedition hall yesterday. This delivery cannot wait. He snaps the watch shut. What's the delivery? He tugs at his beard. I must assume, then, that you are not from the company I contacted at the expedition hall. He waves a hand. But you are here, and they are not. It is a bag of bitter squash seeds, which are prized for their medicinal properties. Few merchants in Defiance Bay deal in them, but those who do know their value. Seems simple enough. Why ask me? A frown distorts his meticulous goatee. My own couriers have been robbed and beaten these past weeks. It would seem that some of my competitors resent my success. In any case, you are not a known associate. You would be left alone, and if not, he shrugs and grins. You look like you could handle yourself. And as for your integrity, I suppose I will just have to trust you, as you will have to trust my assurances that you won't find a buyer outside of my contact. I'll do it. He claps his hands together. Excellent. Now deliver this package to a man named Gareth at the Goose and Fox in Copper Lane. He will know what to do with it. He slips a bag of pebbly seeds into your hands. Return to me when you are done, and I shall see to your payment.
Greetings.
Better deliver that package now. Business such as this is best concluded quickly.
Good day, stranger. God's damn that son of a coon.
The angry woman clenches her jaw and stares out toward the harbor with glimmering gold eyes. Eventually sensing your presence, she turns her feathered head towards you.
Want to run it down on its luck, Valiant Trading Company? If you have more than half a brain, you could really do something with it.
She clenches her jaw and continues quietly.
As long as you're willing to clean up a few bloodstains.
What's going on exactly?
Exactly? If I knew that, I'd be in a better mood. The only thing I know exactly is that Mestre Verzano is determined to wind up in a grave before the season turns.
The woman looks back at the warehouse for a moment and grimaces. After a slight nod in your direction, she storms off. That was weird. But okay. Loot. Open grappling hook. Let's go find the son and father at the docks.
Yeah.
I'll have it in no time. The work of a moment.
Are they in here? Egg. Egg.
And what does the flame reveal?
Minute.
Good day to you.
I'm busy at the moment.
How do you do?
Any chances you've seen a little boy named Darren? Huh? Oh sure, he wanted to play on a ship, but I couldn't let him. Cortano's very strict about that sort of thing. I had to shoo him off. Felt a bit bad about it. Saw him heading towards the salty mast. Not really somewhere he ought to be playing. Hope you find him. What's the problem? Who's they? Oh, thank you. They weren't lying, saying you're a kind-hearted sort. He runs a hand through his hair nervously. It's the captain. Or rather, not the captain himself, but his chest. Or his sea chest. He keeps all his valuables in there, tucked away safe. I was unloading it with the rest of the things. With us staying in port a couple of days, and he coughs. I may have gotten a little distracted. Marceno nods towards the buildings nearby. I wasn't gone long, just an hour at the salty mast. When I got back, the chest was gone. He sets a pleading look on you. It really hasn't been that long. Whoever took it can't be too far, but the shift's changed, and I'm on watch. I can't sneak off to look for it, and the captain will kill me if he hears of it. I'll get strung up on the yardom. Please, if you could get it back for me, I swear by the flame, I'll make it worth your while. You can have my pay. I won't be spending it if Captain Fortano finds out anyway. Any idea where the thieves might have taken the chest? Well, the chest itself is pretty heavy. Nobody I've asked has seen it getting carried around either. I figured they must have snuck it off somewhere nearby, just out of sight. They couldn't have gone far. There's a pretty good lock on it too, so I'm hoping they haven't got it open. Unless they take an axe to it, I suppose. Oh god, he takes a breath. If they've got it open, I'm really down for it. All hands on deck.
And what does the flame reveal?
A dozen Adiran ships were shattered against these levees during the War of Defiance. Best to heed the astrologers, I find, where tides are concerned.
Place gets my blood beating in all the right places.
Well met, friend.
Where's that way? Egg.
Margaren's fire casts light in dark places.
What the heck? This man's fancy clothes are ripped and blood flows from a fresh cut above his eye. He tries to push himself up, but his arms is shaking. He winces painfully. Help him up. Thank you, he gasps as he rises. My head. What happened? He carefully dabs at his bloody nose with a silk handkerchief. I was just on my way to the club. He slowly stretches out one leg, grimacing at his scraped knee. It's a rough part of town, but the rebels never been violent. Even a night with equality isn't worth this. He limps away. No. Slow down. I went back to her house.
Nothing like this in Gilded Vale. Just Wallaruna the milkmaid. She knew what she was doing.
Overfried cod, watered ale, and prostitution. A bastion of Deerwooden culture.
I hope you aren't expecting to find the leaden key in here.
Visit new lands, see the sights. I do love travel.
Now to find a home for my other staff.
Oh, not the other staff.
How do you do?
Not from around here, are we? The young woman's voice was the saucy cadence of Antron's gift. You need a local girl to show you the highlights? Lucky for you, I'm one of them. And what local attractions would you recommend? I'd rather show and tell, maybe another time.
Yeah.
Good day to you.
Huh?
And what does the flame reveal? And what does the flame reveal?
Good
Good day, stranger.
How do you do?
The mall, the Omawa woman watches you suspiciously. On one hand is tense at her side, but as you approach, she relaxes and gives you a friendly, if wary smile. I don't see many outfitted like you who aren't looking for trouble. You aren't looking for trouble, are you? Tell me about this place. Lucero.
Hello.
Hi. This bound is for members only. Okay. If you want to meet Cyril, talk to Maya. Okay.
You're from Gilded Vale? Then you're close to home.
Close can mean a lot of things.
Surely you'll go back when this is all over.
Dunno. Guess that all depends.
I don't know where Darren is. I'm a failure. Where am I? Don't have much time left. Wait a minute. Oh, there's Oda's house. My survival. Or it's so low. I have to wait till daylight. Oh dang. Okay. I got all the clues involving Darren. Let's go back to that fucking guy.
Good day, stranger.
Good day to you.
Points to the east, okay. Wait, no, I'm searching for Darren. Let's just head on to Heritage Hill. I need to face some undead and make them re-dead. Let's turn around, strange traveler. Heritage Hill is closed.
Gods keep you.
The guard holds up a palm. Sorry, but this district's closed by order of the Duke himself. Lila sent me. I'm looking into the missing guards. So you're the one she sent word about. The guard looks you up and down, frowning. I was expecting her to send in a whole squad of Justicars. Not that I'm volunteering, mind you. I'll have the gate opened immediately. Just watch your step. I'm afraid we can't send anyone after you if this goes badly. Any ideas what might have happened to the other guards? None. And I've no desire to find out, if you catch my meaning. The ones that disappeared weren't the deserting type. The worst part is, both times the watch disappeared, the next rotation found the gate unlocked. I don't know whether they went in or whether something got out, but if it's the latter, refugees are going to be the least of our problems. Heard or seen anything unusual? Friend, I try to see and hear as little as possible. One of the women on the last watch said she heard someone shouting from the northeast part of the district, something that sounded like an order, but I don't see how anyone could survive in there. Once or twice I've caught a glimpse of something moving on the other side of the gate. The guard shudders. I'd just as soon forget about it. Farewell. Oh, it's a small door. What the heck? Run.
Whatever happened here, I'm glad we missed it.
Ready, Watcher.
Oh, why am I taking so much damage?
Following your lead.
I hope I didn't get that guard killed. Oh shoot, badly injured. Where'd everyone go in and engage?
No good.
Greetings.
Oh no, a Justicar card died. How sad. And it's all my fault. Can't allow this. This time I will fight like a brave person.
Right.
Hail, traveler. Hail, traveler.
Yeah.
Hello? Hello?
Reminds me of home, this place.
What?
Let's go.
Brave. Does he not believe?
What just happened? Dude, I'm dying.
Let's go.
Stand still.
Please don't kill me.
Hope you're not expecting much. All right, then.
Fall back.
All right, then.
Knock this poor sod down. What the heck? Keep fighting.
Hi? Hey. Hey. Hey.
Brave doubtful Lord.
Yes.
Wham. Keep them up.
Hey. Hey.
Oh, back up. I'll shoot, run. Then shoot the wizard. Shoot the wizard. You also shoot the wizard. Everyone shoot the wizard if you're able. What the heck is that? We're all going to die. Where's that angry wizard? Die.
How may I help?
You're taking on those goals. Why didn't that guy get knocked down?
Following your lead.
Yeah.
How may I help?
Shoot. Skeleton time. What the heck? I am so disappointed. Going on? Current action. Paralyzed. Not a very good action, but oh, shoot. No, but I don't understand.
Of course. I'll see what I can find.
Yes. The massive stone door of the tower is sealed and there doesn't appear to be any way of opening it. Read the words you learned from the latent acolyte. You hear rumbles and clanks from hidden tumblers as the door unlocks. I am not going in there, not without preparation.
Following your lead. Doth you leave? following your lead. Wait! I've lost my notes! No, wait. They're in my pocket.
How may I help? Yeah. I'm glad we're traveling together too, but isn't this a bit much? How may I help?
Hey. This is why you were traveling alone.
I'll do the prodding around here, Watcher.
I'm here. Ready, Watcher.
All right. It's like being home with the kids.
Yes? Have I told you the tale of the Kamoa warriors? 80 glorious verses. Verse 1.
Hey. Hey.
Hello. A woman bends over a roaring fireplace, feeding a splintered chair leg into it. As you get closer, you notice something unnatural about her. A certain pallor to her skin, a lack of movement beneath her flesh, even while her arms execute deft, efficient movements. And then you see the puckered flesh, ragged and bloodless over her heart. Unnatural creature, we should correct it, send it scampering back to the foulest depths of animancy from whence it came.
It's rude to stare, you know. Don't worry. I've no mind to start anything with you. After all, I've stayed in such good shape by choosing my meals carefully.
Who are you?
A survivor, by the grace of my own careful preparations. When I heard the claws scrabbling at the door outside, I took care of matters myself. And since then, I've been careful to keep myself fresh and fed.
You know what happened here?
An incredible act of animancy, of a magnitude this part of the world likely hasn't seen since Nguithan times. Someone found something very powerful and ancient, and I'd bet my own preserved life it wasn't Aldhelm or his lovely assistant.
I still don't understand why this district is full of walking corpses. She spins from the fire to face you, because someone found a way to tether their souls to their bodies, don't you see? She taps her skull with an impatient finger. So when the heart stops beating, when the blood stops flowing, their bodies still animate, and with a newfound hunger, returns back to the fire. Those that can feed it with living flesh and essence stay strong and sharp. Those that can't degenerate quickly. Tell me what you know about this Aldheim. His name barely merits repeating. He's a charlatan who likes to dig up pretty artifacts and call himself a scholar. The pity with animancy these days is that just about anyone can claim to be an expert. See? I saw you in a vision. There's something you need to do for me.
Believe me, I've heard that line before.
Time for me to get going. Thank you for the mushroom.
Hey.
I'm on the trail.
I'll see what I can do.
Slow and silent.
The work of a moment.
Hey.
I'll see what I can do. The work of a moment.
Oh. You're not one of Ikantha's servants. Please, you've gotta get us out of here before she feeds on us. What happened to you? We're just groundskeepers. When the district fell into chaos, Ikantha took us in, said we would be safe until the knights got things under control. Instead, she locked us in here. Every week, one of those monsters who serves her, comes in and takes one of us away. I don't know what she's doing, but sometimes we can hear the screams. Please get us out of here. The way to the district exit list should be safe. Go now. Thank you. We'll never forget this.
Hey.
That's a pretty cool glove. Where is it? Oh, There. Now to never think about it ever again. Please don't be mad at me, miss.
You return. What if you come seeking this time?
I came across a group of people in the back room. I hope you didn't disturb them. Routing them up is quite a chore.
You return. What? You return.
Hey. Of course.
Margaren's fire casts light in dark places.
Ada, let us in. It's safe. Come out now. Open the door, Seda. The female Dargle sniffs the air and whirls around, hissing survivor. Nope. Them. Beat them.
How may I? Help.
What do you think you're doing?
How may I help?
Bigger, go in. Moving closer, please. Why antelope? This is so sad. Oops, I forgot about this.
Hey.
There we go. Okay, looted.
I'll have it in no time. The work of a moment.
Hey.
Cat. My cat. Mine. Please see to it that the family mausoleum is swept and the marble polished. The king is hanging as always in the kitchen by the oven.
Hey.
I shall be discreet.
Oh shoot.
I'll have it in no time. I can do. The work of a moment.
Hey.
Ooh. That's not good. Keep shooting. That's my strategy.
Ready, Watcher. After
Or antelope. Or shame. Can I target this guy? Maybe one attack.
Following your lead.
That was traumatic.
Hey.
To say the least.
Nice and slow.
does the flame reveal?
This seems to be the hook mentioned in the letter, but the mausoleum key is missing. Are you joking? What the heck's a mausoleum?
Brave Dalphilon Yuli.
Wait, why are you in melee? Attack.
Hey.
The mausoleum has been sealed tight.
I'll take a look.
I'll have it in no time. The work of a moment.
Oh gosh, what the heck?
Hey.
Brave Dalphilon.
Knock this poor fool down. And then engage the bar goal. Why aren't you shooting? And of course, King dies, as always. Endurance is very fragile, even though he has this medium armor. I don't really understand what I'm doing wrong.
Hey. slow.
You don't see me.
You might find this interesting.
The woman turns when you enter, her wide, pale eyes shine like lamps in the darkness of the tomb. 4 crucible knights hover nearby, their glazed expressions fixed on her. Reinforcements at last. I hope you've come armed, because we've got to get out of here. Something about her seems hazy and insubstantial, even in the darkness of the tomb. Who are you? A commander of the Crucible Knights. I led the militia stationed around Heritage Hill. Securing this district became my responsibility when this, whatever it is, happened. What are you doing here? I came searching for survivors. Only too late did I realize there weren't any. She brings a hand to her head. Her skin is practically translucent. I found myself surrounded by those creatures outside, and I had to seek refuge. Funny, isn't it? To hide from the dead in a building that was meant to hold them in the first place. She pats the wall of the tomb. Anyway, I've been waiting for more reinforcements. What are these soldiers doing here? She looks at them, but either she doesn't notice their distant gazes and the way they sway on their feet, or she thinks nothing of it. They're under my command, of course. They heard my call, and we've been waiting on a few more to help us fight our way out of here. How did I manage to hear you in this tomb? Her eyes flash. There's something unnatural about the way she hovers, watching you. I hope you're not questioning my command. I'm warning you. I don't tolerate insubordination. Not at all. Then if you've caught your breath, we should move out. I hate to be the one to tell you this, but you're already dead. Her eyes grow cold and hard. You'd better explain yourself, and quickly. You're a ghost, and you've been luring Crucible Knights to their deaths. He freezes in place, hovering in the air. No, that's impossible. It's only been... It can't be. The other side of the tomb is visible through her gaping mouth. She looks at her hands, seemingly for the first time, turning them in front of her. As her eyes and her mouth widen in horror, she turns to you. What have you done to me? Her expression hardens, and the Crucible Knights behind her stirs. Novitiates attack. Is there really no way out of this? Missing sentries speak to Wyla. Who's Wyla? There's so many spells. How do I remember them? Who's taking damage? That's a lot of healing. That's also cheating.
I'm here.
Shoot. Zombies. Oh, yikes. Massive explosion. Your weapons back.
Can't get a good shot with this.
Why wasn't she knocked down? Oh yeah, spells. Use them.
Following your...
Why aren't you attacking? Weird, I should go back to the stronghold soon.
Yes? The work of a moment.
Hey.
Following your lead.
Hey.
I'll see what I can do. I'll have it in no time. The work of a moment.
Hey.
He watches you, holding her breath. What are you doing here? In here? She enters into the candlelight. Her clothes are little more than filthy rags now. The ripped and stained fabric looks like embroidered silk. You have to be quiet. Noise brings the hungry people. If she's afraid of the hungry people, maybe I should step outside. My name is Seda. Are you hiding from them too? She watches the door of the vault, her eyes wide and careful. You're Seda? I came across some dark ghouls in the house. The girl's eyes widen. You saw mother and father and Emilo? How did you get away? Those aren't your parents anymore. She picks at a thumbnail, watching you. She nods slowly. Who are the hungry people? She whispers, and her eyes are round with terror. The ones outside. They don't sleep or die, but they eat. Tell me what happened to you. Her eyes take on a distant look. Her legs start to tremble. Be strong. Think back to how this started. She takes a deep breath and stares at the stone floor. There was a big noise and light in the sky. Everyone thought it was a storm, but then people started waking up. After they died, she twists her shredded sleeve into knots. Mother and father and Emilio boarded up the door, but the hungry people found our house. Her fidgeting became more agitated. They fought, but the hungry people always get up again. They broke through the door, and mother told me to hide, and then I came here to hide, but the door got stuck, and I didn't know when it would be safe outside. Where's your family? At the house. Mother told me to hide and not let anyone in. Then I heard a lot of noise, fighting and yelling, and her eyes glaze over. And then mother told me to open the door again, but she didn't sound right. You need to get out of here. Is it safe? Are there hungry people out there? It's still dangerous, but the path to the main gate should be clear. Run for it. I won't let anyone catch me. I won't let anything catch me, I promise. Why are the coffins booby trapped? Eel spider. I keep forgetting about these items, just like in League of Legends. Oh shoot. I think the iron arm for it. You will get you sorted out at the keep.
Well met, friend.
Your brother, did you and he get along?
We got along how brothers do. He used to throw water on me to wake me up in the morning. I used to fill his boots with stinging ants.
My own brothers and sisters are doing very well for themselves, back in Takoa. I don't know that they'd search for me if I were killed so far from home.
Brothers can be funny. I bet you'd be surprised how far they'd go.
A call
I
to
feel
court.
sorry for whoever has to clean up this place.
Consider messenger in your Great Hall at Cade Noir. Finished in 12 hours. Oops. Keep it here. Let's take a rest. I think we all deserve one. Oh, we can store stuff in here. How do I take a rest here?
It's very nice. We're not sleeping here, are we?
Laying low.
What's a bright hollow?
I feel sorry for who...
You must gather.
I must scatter. Oh no, my rest bonuses. That's too sad that they're gone now. How can it be?
It's very nice. We're not sleeping here, are we?
Oh shoot. Oh no, what have I done?
Raved out. Raved out.
Mark, prey, wound, or wounding shot. Mark, prey, and then attack.
If it makes
Just get quiet.
Or what just happened? Why is he back up? My loot. Not still there.
Hey.
Greetings, my lord. I bear an urgent message from Chancellor Warren of Defiance Bay. He requests that you meet with him at your earliest convenience in the ducal palace. Your claim on Cade Noir has been called into question by the Gathbin family. Earl Baedemar has issued a ruling on the matter, but both you and Lord Gathbin must be present. Who's Chancellor Warren? He's an arbiter of legal matters for Earl Baedemar of the Grasp. Tell me about this Lord Gathbin. An old Adrian lineage, I believe. He looks around the Great Hall. The former lord of this stronghold, a distant relative of Lord Gathbin, allied himself with the losing side during the War of Defiance. I'll go meet him then. The Chancellor will await you in the records room of the Ducal Palace in the first fires. The messenger bows then strides away.
Hey.
I trust all.
Hey.
Not as a land is its lord's, more as a child is its mother's. This castle was my design, you see. The Earl appointed me to do it. When it was built, I couldn't bring myself to part from it, to go back to my lonely home. I begged the Earl to let me stay, to take care of it. It was all... The Earl of Yenwood, the original, in fact, when Deerwood was a colony. He found this site, the only ruin Ere Glanfarth refused to defend, and he believed its wealth would be great. He devoted his life to excavating the ruins below the keep. They had been sealed with rock and soil. Deliberately, it would seem. Years passed, and with them the Earl. He dug his entire... After that, the keep remained abandoned. I can only guess why all this has happened. I fear I've wronged the gods putting this place here.
All right, then. Hey.
Having extra knockdowns is always nice. If you know what I mean.
A few repairs and this keep will be a sight to see.
I hope so.
What?
Oh shoot, I should not have done that. I'm an idiot. I've just wasted construction time on it. I'm dumb.
You had 5 siblings?
That's right. Between the 6 of us, I don't think the house has known a single day's quiet. Of course, a little chaos makes it far easier to get away with mischief.
Yes, I can imagine that comes in handy.
It all looks like she's had a bath and a few square meals. She smiles shyly. Any news from Heritage Hill? Regards, were charmed by the spirit of a woman named Lyra. I've gotten rid of her. Her tired eyes grow round. By the flame, you found her? My missing commander? She heaves a sigh and loses her gaze among the floor tiles. And she was calling to the watch from beyond the grave. It doesn't make sense, but nothing in that accursed district does. What happened to the soldiers under her spell? They didn't make it. I see. Nevertheless, thank you for your help. You've left me with as many questions as answers. But at least I know what happened to my troops. And Commander Lyra, please accept this as a token of my gratitude. There's nothing else. I must attend to my duties. I feel sad. Did that go through properly? Yep, it did. Oh, it summons a melee weapon for allies to use. This is always the most. Oh wait, this is pretty hard.
Hey.
go. Why hasn't the water receded yet? Oh, it has. Never mind. Not what I was looking for.
You should see this.
Pearl. Well. What the heck is that? That's very high damage reduction. What are those rain blights? Oh, what the heck? Why is the range so short? Charm. Why is the charm duration so short?
Following
course. You give me any more gifts and people will start thinking you're playing favorites.
Oh, goes on the neck. What? Only usable by ranger. Cool. I'm a ranger.
Hey.
Nice and slow. Following your lead.
That doesn't look right.
Hey.
The young boy's corpse lies at your feet, half covered in dirt and seaweed. His hands have stiffened around a dagger. The soul lingers nearby, something confused and lost in the seaside fog. Reach toward the soul. Oh no. As you reach for the soul, it lashes out. Glowing mist strikes at the air around you. The soul can't touch you, but you feel it burn with a feeble, uncontrolled rage. Calm down and show me what happened. The soul flickers, it ripples toward you, timidly at first, as it swirls around you. You experience wonder, fear, and the joy of running between the ships at noon. With a jolt, it pulls you into the streets of around the salty mast. Women with painted faces weave between men stumbling in and out of the lamplight. Father's gone in for a drink, just like always. He said he'd only be a few minutes, but it's been hours. The man guarding the door only laughed when you tried to explain this. There's always a back door. In an alley, two men have cornered a woman. Her cheeks are streaked with tears. She's backed against the wall and looking away. They are inching closer. You step forward. The men barely acknowledge you, but the woman looks at you, a plea in her eyes. You've seen that look in abused strays, in your hollow-born sister. That time father took her from her splintering cradle and to the filled wash bastion. You were brave that day. The knife is in the thug's belt. It's in your hands, and now it's in his thigh. You're small and fast, but not fast enough. Fingers bite into your arm, and a muddy boot sails toward your face. Then everything is muffled by cold, brackish water. The souls retreat from you. The soul retreats from you. It pulses with a question. You did a brave thing. The gods will reward you in the next life. Darren's soul absorbs this thought and ebbs in the ocean mists around the dock. The young boy's corpse lies at your feet, half covered in dirt and seaweed. His hands have stiffened around a dagger. The soul lingers nearby, something confused and lost in the seaside fog. Take the dagger. The boy's small hands are rigid in death, but you pry the dagger free. It looks too large and too expensive to have belonged to him. The letter B is carved into the pommel. Where's the quest? I don't see it. Where's the dagger?
That's unusual.
Nope. You deserve a sword called Justice.
Hey.
Dang, the music is ominous.
Ready, Watcher.
What the heck? I died before I could do anything.
That's not very helpful.
Hey.
Where's the chest?
I'm on the trail.
Greetings.
Yes, I have 3 pieces. His bristled eyebrows rise to a peak. You mean you got past those armored monsters? I don't know how. Shakes his head. Listen, if you're willing, I'll give you this last piece. He holds up the opal. In the name of someone who will buy it all. All I want is 200 pounds for getting the cargo here. Sounds fair? You want 200 pounds for locking the rest of the crew in the hold and sinking the ship? Look, He rubs the back of his sunburned neck. How about 100? I'm just trying to get by until the next jam. Fair enough. He accepts your money and gives you the opal. It's still warm from his hands. You'll want to go to the Brackenbury Sanitarium and find Nance. You'll know more about this artifact, and I know for a fact she's bought them from our crew before. Farewell. You may want to sit down. Darren won't be coming back. Oda's mouth falls open and she stares back in shock. My boy's dead? That can't be. What happened? Darren was defending one of the prostitutes from a couple of thugs. He was very brave and you should be proud. She sobs and quickly brings a hand to her mouth. Her eyes are bright with tears. Gods, how could this make it any better? I would never have let my boy die for one of those women, and yet he chokes into her sleeves. I can only pray the gods will be kinder to him in the next life. Maybe there's hope for one of my children. After several seconds, she closes her eyes and swallows. I suppose it's better to know the truth than to keep wondering. Thank you at least for bringing me answers. Here, take these. I've been saving several keepsakes for Darren one day, but he won't need them now, and I doubt I'll have another child to pass them on to. Let's see if I can find a guy with the name B.
How do you do?
Good day, stranger.
What kind of trouble are you having? A frown ripples across her blue facial markings, the kind that's bad for business. Local rowdies have taken to harassing my hardworking boys and girls, and our customers. They started showing up after this rash of Hollowborn, and they've been driving my regulars away. She looks you up and down, scratching her chin. There aren't too many who care about what happens in places like the Gift, but word is you're an exception. The knights are too busy sniffing around Duc Aver to bother with us commoners, and I'd just as soon not deal with their bureaucracy anyway. No one should be harassed. I'll put an end to this. Maya draws you closer. These thugs tend to roam in groups, which suggests to me that these aren't random incidents. He places one large finger on your chest. You put a stop to these attacks, and I now find a real nice way to thank you. She winks at me. I'd rather just go chat up that guard with the wide hips personally, but we ought to stop her people getting thrashed at least. I've got questions. What do you know about these attacks? He waves a hand at the door. You only have to step outside to see it for yourself. Those thugs out there are just waiting to cause trouble for anyone coming or going. He sizes you up. Maybe they would have let you pass, however. Decline demand. Maybe it's one of the thugs that killed the boy. Harassing thug. What have we here? Another tourist in the gift. He nods to his shifty-eyed command. Let's give him a proper welcome. Let's talk this through. He draws a sharpened blade and smiles. I'm afraid you're missing the point, friend. Interdiction. And then spam these spells like crazy. How's that for a welcome? Rusty brown skin. Hey.
Well met, friend.
Oh shoot, that wasn't it.
Hey.
Let's go check on alcohol. Might deal was the instigator behind the attacks. I'm scared.
Hello.
Avery wears a defiant expression and a sturdy yet battered suit of armor. He seems to bear each scratch ending with pride. You don't look like one of the knights. Can I help you with something? Who are you? I'm Avery. A lieutenant with the dozens. She taps her dented breastplate. We're the last fighting force in Defiance Bay that remembers what it means to be dear wooden. And unfortunately, I'm the only one who seems to care about the way Maya squeezing the locals. I'm here about the trouble at the Salty Mast. Ordinary Kith are angry, as they should be, with that crooked Omoa toting up to the nobles. She sneers. She's using the tragedy of Waidwin's legacy to line her pockets. She's no better than the Adian overlords we drove out 200 years ago. People around here know you to be an honest broker. Maya's made it so only the rich can afford her establishment, yet she sits in the poorest district of Defiance Bay. How's that fair? We've taken matters into our own hands, but she's the real criminal here. Why don't you tell her to back down? I'm with Maya. The violence has to stop. Avery looks at her compatriots. I'm sorry you see it that way. Shame on you people. Mark the target and then wounding shot, and then regular attack. Or charm the instigator. Oh, I can have multiple charmed people at once. There we go. Oh shoot. He's hostile. Oh, whoa. Why did you suddenly turn on me? You're evil. You're all evil.
Can't get a good shot with this.
Mercy, Avery staggers back, barely on her feet. Please. Strike the killing blow. I'm finishing you now. Was there no way to spare her? Oh, are you kidding me? Nope, I'm reloading. I could have spared her if I had a prison. I'm out of here.
All right, then.
I've never been to Nasatok. Is it very cold? What creatures wander the tundra? How are your leaders chosen?
Do you always ask this many questions?
Well, that's just to get us started. Let me get out some parchment for notes.
Ask whatever you want. If I don't know, I'll make something up.
Of course.
Go to the lighthouse. Or I should probably go to Copper Lane. Or I should visit the lighthouse.
A touch of Margaren's fire should settle spirits here.
I don't know where that lighthouse key came from, but that was pretty handy. I'm scared.
Let's see what lies this way.
I'll see what I can do. The work of a moment. Hey.
What just happened?
Hey.
Yeah.
Someone's in pain. Whoa, there's more. I'm stealing any damage. Oh gosh, I'm dying. Where are all these specters coming from?
Just like an idiot. Stab.
Oh god.
Following your lead. Your tail ends.
You're not getting... Rest up, big guy. We've got your back.
I am sad.
All right, then.
Light, flame, and sound. We'll keep to ourselves.
Oh, he's down already?
How bad?
Box. Fireball. Right. Doesn't have orders. True. Skeleton.
Following your... Back to the wheel!
Looks like I have to use Arab skill. That's one giant beetle.
Can't get a good shot. Like this.
Let's burn this away!
Yeah.
Oh, where did the beetle go?
That's not very helpful.
There we go.
Hey. All right then. Hey. I'll see what I can do. The work of a moment. Hey. Hey. You might find this interesting. Hey. I'll have it in no time. The work of a moment. Nice and slow. Hey.
Back.
Hey.
Oh, that's a lot of enemies. Oh, why are there so many enemies? There we go. Frightened? Why are you frightened? Keep attacking, please.
Hey.
Easy
I don't have to listen to him anymore.
Ready, watch.
Can't get a good shot.
This. shot with this.
Oh shoot.
Can't get a good shot with this.
Stand still! Following your...
Take it all she can!
Suck it through!
I missed.
Damn it! We gotta take better care of Ella.
Ray. If thou feel believe. Following your...
Oh, heal. Darn it. I'm on attack. And he's down.
Laying low.
I'll have it in no time. The work of a moment.
Gosh, attack.
Ray.
Doing that did almost nothing. Slow the game down.
Following your lead. As you said.
Oh gosh, who's attacking me? And I'm down. Shoot.
Following your lead.
We got Sagani.
Sacre Coup!
Keep fighting.
Following your lead. Sacre Coup!
And that did not work.
What? Lavaru beyond sea.
Didn't work. That didn't do anything. More fireballs.
Following your lead. Following your lead. Following your lead. Brave thou not believe.
We should just stay back.
No good.
Thank goodness for fireballs.
I'll see what I can do. I'll have it in no time. Hey. Hey.
I shall be.
Oh, Lilith. Shrieking sobs pierce your ears and rattle the musty rafters of the lighthouse. They emanate from the spectral figure of a woman hovering in the middle of the room. Each heave over her shoulders unleash another hair-raising wail. Observe the Sienguala. You're close enough to notice that the spirit's head is tilted back, even as it loses blood-curdling howls. The faint movements of its head suggest that it's looking toward the windows and scanning the horizon. The Sienguala's ghostly hands are stained with something dark. At first, you think it's blood, but it's as black as ink.
Hey. Hey. I'll have it in no time. The work of a moment.
Hey.
What do I do about this banshee?
Hey.
Huh?
As you approach, the spirit's cries take on a threatening edge, the swirling mist around its legs ripples with movement. The black pits of its eye level momentarily was yours.
Hey. Hey. Hey.
Huh?
The spirit screaming grows louder and louder, its sunken face distorts, twisting into a long, gaping mouth filled with jagged teeth. If anything were to be able to quell the spirit's rage, it would appear not to be you. Oh gosh. I'm dead. Darn it. How do I deal with Lilith?
I shall be discreet.
Hey.
This event.
Of course.
I shall be quiet as a calm sea, which is not very quiet.
I'll see what I can do. The work of a moment.
Keeping an eye out.
Yeah.
Hey.
Sorry for cheating in this game.
Good day to you.
Good day, stranger.
The burly guard eyes you warily. I don't recognize you. What business do you have with House Domino? Tell me about House Domino. It's an old and respected family. Much of Defiance-based prosperity is due to Domino business activities. Now, do you have any further business here? Farewell. I will see you out.
Light, flame, and sound. We'll keep to ourselves.
Bandits. I'm out of here. My wife watches you through cold-rimmed eyes. She puts her hand on the hilt of her blade, dangling the jewels that hang from her wrist. We don't know each other, stranger. Best we keep it that way. Someone at the old lighthouse in Ondra's Gift was looking for your ship. I didn't peg you for a liar, at least not from what I've heard. She looks you over, narrowing her eyes. But that don't mean I believe you. She leans in, her voice in a low hiss. You'd better explain what gave you such an interesting notion. The last lighthouse keeper watched your ship every day. It's all in the log. No, her snarl flashes a gold tooth. She turned me out. We were poorer than the fishermen who live there now. And when she learned I'd put food on our table with stolen coin, she told me that if she never saw me again, it would be the mercy of the gods. Her darkened eyes are filled with rage. I had nowhere else to go, but it was a rough life until I rose to captain. She ignored the Adrian advance to stay behind. I think she was waiting for you. She turns her eyes away. She was always so stubborn. I forget sometimes where I got it. She gulps down the rest of her wine. I'll go. Perhaps it will give both of us some peace. Taxes collected, all earnings lost to bandits. God darn it. I don't like bandits. If I ever see a bandit, I'll kill him.
Ah, the life of a traveler. So many ruins to uncover, places to see.
Indeed. After 5 years, I'll be ready for a break.
It is true. You have been at it far longer than I. Where will you go next, when you have all the world to choose from?
Home, of course.
Where's the bench?
Greetings.
You'll never guess what happened. Naya points to the lighthouse. I was keeping an eye out for you. And who strolls down the dock but Merwith herself? You should have seen the stare she got. But she walks right into the lighthouse, never a word to anyone. And just when I'm sure she's met some awful fate in there, she strolls right out, still saying nothing to nobody. Now I'm hearing all sorts of rumors about Merwith and the lighthouse keeper. She shakes her head. I don't know what to believe, but everyone else around here is convinced that the place is safe again. I've even got a construction crew ready to start work. She takes a deep breath, a big contented smile on her face. And I know I've got you to thank. Here, this is for you. Come back when the renovations are done. I've got big plans for this place. I'll be right back.
I shall be quiet as a co-
Not a chest. No way. Four people stand gathered around what appears to be a wooden chest. One of them, a grizzled and rough-looking character, looks up at you and sneers. Then sneers. Took a wrong turn somewhere, did you? Best turn around and work on. There is a sudden snapping sound from the direction of the chest, and a second, a smaller man lets out a frustrated groan. Damn it. That's the second lock. He looks up at you and stills. Oh. Warder rolls his eyes, then turns to you. You've walked down your last pier. Like I just exploded. Where's Thug? No. Just down. This guy down.
Right.
Yes?
I somehow managed to find a chest.
All right then.
You can't just carry it over, huh?
Hail and well met.
Like, and I pick up the chest. The sea chest bears a large embossed sigil of a ship and the word "Port an arrow" beneath it in gilded letters. It's held shut by a heavy brass padlock. Take the sea chest.
Gods keep you.
Arseno fidgets nervously. He grins hopefully at you. Then you look, finding the captain's chest. Here you are, contents intact. You did it. I mean, I knew you would, but oh, thank you. It's all here. You saved my life, friend. Truly, I owe you one. Here, the week's wages, like I promised. No need for that. You keep it. Really? Then thank you again for all you've done. At least take this. I picked it up while we were in port in Adir as a good luck charm, but I want you to have it. I won't forget this. Drinking horn of moderation added into inventory.
Hail, traveler.
Let's go get the thing about Cade Noir sorted out. I guess. I hope.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
I must gather my party before venturing forth.
Hey.
Gods keep you.
You seem upset. Well, the woman's head is bowed as her lips move in prayer. Just as you approach, you catch her glimpsing at the statue near her. She notices you and forces a smile. Praise be to Migran, and welcome to her temple. How may I be of service? You seem upset. What's wrong? Her shoulders slump. This is about the fires, isn't it? He puts a hand on your shoulder. They're just symbols. You can't put your faith in them. Only symbols? Is that why you're so distressed? No, I just... He sighs with a hiss like a release of steam. I've kept them burning steadily for 15 years, but I haven't been able to conjure them for months now. And people need to see them more than ever these days. What does that mean? It's my devotions and prayers that keep them lit. But lately, when I try to pray, all I can think about are the Hollowborn all over the city. the grieving families, the refugees. She shakes her head. How could Magron allow us to suffer like this? What strength do we gain from a soulless child? Durance grunts with disdain. What strength do we gain from adversity, from trial and test? The fires don't wither because she lacks faith. She lacks in faith. They wither because she does not understand how to be faithful to a whore. The whore wants neither praise nor devotion. A whore wants to be compensated for her services, and Megran is paid and pleasured in sweat and struggle and pain. This mewling imbecile is unworthy of Magron's womanly heat. Take heart and don't abandon your faith too easily. She nods helpfully and her hands clasped together. You're right. Unfortunately, I believe Magron's been speaking to me again. He casts a quick glance in your direction. Lately, I've been seeing visions. The place in the wilderness was pools filled with sunbursts of color, strange falls that seem to rise to the heavens even while they splash into the earth. She raises her hands as if framing an image of her vision, and behind the falls is a cave filled with fire and heat and danger, and some token of my goddess. I know there's something there, and where it is, or how I'd get there. She shakes her head. I've been meaning to ask around at the expedition hall to see if anyone recognizes the description. To be honest though, I don't know what I'd do even if I found the place. Worthless, like so many of Margaret's flock, afraid of her god's tests. If Margaret speaks to her, it is to hasten an end to a hypocrite's life, and this vision is surely a death trap for the weak. I'd like to know more about the temple here. Margaret is the most revered goddess among us dear Woodens, so it's no surprise that her temple is part of the ducal palace. Her fires symbolize trials, revolutions, and the blazing of new paths, all of which are important to us. She gestures to the statue. This is the first of the sacred pyres. When this is lit, so are the rest of the city. Something else? What's the significance of the sacred pyre? They symbolize Magran's power and guidance, and right now the people of Defiance Bay need to be assured of her presence. She crosses her arms, staring at the statue. Our neighbors in the Valiant Republics see us as superstitious, but we're just sensitive to the signs and warnings of the gods. Goodbye. Cinders of faith.
Hey.
This my babbling.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming, Blaze Child. I've been trying to track you down for some time. This is Marshal for Earl Badamar's military advisor. He will serve as a witness for this proceeding. He gestures at the man next to him. Well met, Road Warden. Your reputation precedes you. I admit you've created a bit of stir throughout the nobility with your reclamation of Cade Noir. Most are still not sure what to think of you. What's this about? The legitimacy of your claim to Cade Noir is in question. Earl Badamar has issued a ruling on the matter. I trust the Arrow to make a fair judgment. Your cooperation is duly noted and much appreciated. All will be made clear once Lord Gathbin arrives. Do you have any questions for me while we wait? Tell me about Earl Badamar. Earl Badamar comes from an esteemed line of lords that rose to prominence after the War of Defiance some 150 years ago. The Deerwood consists of 7 earldoms. The Badamars govern the northern earldom known as the Grasp. As to the current Badamar, he is as fine a man as I know. It is an honor to serve him. Tell me more about the grasp. The grasp is now the largest of the 7 earldoms after it consumed the pre-war earldom of Yenwood. It encompassed notable settlements such as New Eomar, Berwyn's Grass, Gilded Vale, and of course, Caed Noir. Yenwood? When the Deerwood was a mere colony of Adir, it was divided into 9 earldoms. When the Adrians were defeated and ultimately driven out, 2 of the earldoms were absorbed and borders were adjusted. The Yenwood was one such earldom. I have other questions, of course. What do you know of Gathbin? While I've met him once, it was ample time to determine the character of Lord Eldor Gathbin, or lack thereof. He is descended from an old Aegean line that predates the War of Defiance. His great-grandfather, Rannig Gathbin, was the heir of Yenwood during the war, that is, until he was stripped of his lands and driven from the Deerwood. Do you know which way Earl Badamar has ruled? I'm sorry, my lord, I do not. The Earl's decree is sealed. What was that about Road Warden? The one who rules Caed Noir on behalf of the Earl of Yenwood is traditionally known as the Road Warden. Your position might not be entirely official yet, but the title is an appropriate form of address. The Marshal nods and smiles. I don't have any more questions. Your timing is impeccable. Here comes Lord Gathbin now. An opulently dressed man strides towards the Chancellor, his sandy hair trailing him like a banner caught in a light breeze. Boot heels echoing through the hall. An elven woman with cropped hair dressed in dark, glinting mail shadows his steps before taking position alongside him. He watches you unabashedly, taking your measure. Let's move past this formality as quickly as possible. I've other matters to attend to. It's well known that Caed Noir belongs to me by right. And where is this pretender, he who murdered the Raedrix, my own sister, and her husband, and now steals my land? Where is this low-born wretch? Warren clears his throat and glances at you. This man here, this is the Lord of Caed Noir. I thought he was just another servant, perhaps a valet or a porter. Can we get on with this, please? Warren breaks the seal on the scroll and unfurls it. Regarding the matter of the Gathbin claim on Caed Noir, Earl Badamar finds that the Gathbin claim was never relinquished. By law, Caed Noir is the rightful property of the Gathbin family. I knew it. Gathbin smirks at you triumphantly. I'm not yet finished reading, my lord. Gathbin rolls his eyes and motions for the Chancellor to continue. However, the Earl recognizes Blazechar's part in reclaiming Caed Noir, a site that has stood abandoned and even, some would say, cursed for over a century. Before Caed Noir is returned to the Gathbin family, the Earl has decreed that Lord Gathbin will provide compensation in the form of... Absolutely not. Gathbin folds his arms, a defiant scowl on his face. My lord? Warren raises his eyebrows. The amount is quite reasonable and a requirement for your land to be returned to you. If you'll just allow me to finish, I'll not pay a single copper to this miscreant for my ancestral land. Do you think I'm blind to the Earl's motives, lackey? He thinks he can send a message with this insult. I have a message you can send that son of a whore. Gathbin raises an open hand as the Chancellor shrinks from him, arms raised in defense. Enough. How dare you give me an order? Gathman rose to face you. My lord, I suggest you calm yourself immediately. The marshal's tone is calm, but his hand rests on the hilt of his sword. The elven woman deftly draws a pistol from her thick leather belt. Her eyes widen in anticipation. My lords, please, there's no need for violence. Lord Gathman holds your gaze for several heartbeats, his eyes burning with hatred. I'll be coming for what's mine, count on it. I'm Captain Emery, we're leaving. He sneers defiantly before storming down the hall. The captain lowers her pistol and gives a smirking shrug before following her employer. Well, I can't say that Gathman's reaction was entirely unexpected. Through no fault of your own, I'm afraid you've made a powerful enemy. He did seem a little upset, didn't he? I've heard he's always been vicious, even as a boy, and he can hold a grudge for a very long time. In any case, Cade Noir now officially belongs to you since Lord Gathman has rejected the Earl's decree. He hands you a deep blue scepter which looks to have been carved entirely out of sapphire. Here, this belongs to one of the old lords of Cade Noir. By right, it's yours now. Give 1,000 copper pieces. Have this sent to Lord Gathman as a token of friendship. That is a generous offer, and I'll make sure it reaches Lord Gathman. It was a pleasure to finally meet you, my lord. Warren bows. Perhaps we'll speak again under more pleasant circumstances. Farewell, Blazechar. The marshal nods at you and leaves.
Hey.
What do we do now? Let's head to Copper Lane. Forgot to activate. Man skulks near the bar. He seems like he's trying to blend in with the cool wood paneling, and he watches the other patrons out of the corner of his eye. He gives you a quick nod as you approach. Verzanzo has a delivery for you. He glances around and snatches the pouch from you. Keep your voice down, will you? The Dolmenos have spies everywhere. He tucks the pouch away. You tell Verzanzo this is the last time I'm buying from him. This is getting too dangerous for me. Did I just do something illegal? No. He grins weakly. I don't think I've heard of the Dolmenos. The more important thing is making sure they don't hear of you. They're old Brackenbury's stock, but these days the Dolmenos are known for their business activities, most of which involve some degree of bribery, extortion, theft, or murder. What do the Dolmenos have to do with this? You have no idea, do you? Let's just say that the Dolmenos have exclusive rights to trade certain merchandise within the city. Verzanzo likes to make some extra coin from time to time by dealing in the same merchandise. Undercutting the competition, he says. Tell me what was in that pouch. Bitter squash seeds. They interrupt pregnancies, even though they're not exactly legal. Many folk nowadays prefer them to the risk of hollowborn or celibacy. He pulls a wry frown. Are we done? Yeah, we're done. Now get out of here before... A woman swaggers in, her polished boots slacking the floor with slow, deliberate steps. A crooked sneer warps her smooth face. Gareth, I'm hurt. You promised to buy only from me. What's a girl to think? Gareth bows, his knees locking together. Please, my lady. I was just explaining that I don't do business with anyone else. Except this one last time, right? Donna crosses her arms and rocks back on her heels. There's always one more deal, until you run out of credit, that is. Donna turns and regards you, looking you up and down. And just who are you? You don't exactly look like a seed dealer. Love glances at Gareth. I think that's a compliment. Just someone making a delivery. Verzanzo put you up to this, didn't he? That old fool's on a sinking ship, and he's determined to drag anyone who gets close enough down with him. He eyes the trembling Gareth. Gareth here knew better, but I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. In fact, I'll also give you a chance to get even with the imbeciles who's been playing us both. She narrows her eyes. What do you say to killing Verzanzo? Tell me about the Dolmenos. I don't know whether to be relieved or insulted. We're one of the wealthiest merchants' families in Defiance Bay. Let's just say, however, that some of our business practices are not officially sanctioned. Gareth groans and sniffles a sob. Why would I want to do that? Why wouldn't you? He used you to do his dirty work, and without telling you anything about what you were carrying or who you were crossing. She taps a finger to her jaw, her voice slows. Of course, I'd also consider it a personal favor. And House Domino is never stingy with its friends. She glances at Gareth, the loyal ones anyway. I won't do it. She flicks a gloved hand at you, then scurry back to Verzanzo and get your payment while you still can. Just make sure you stay out of my way.
Good day, stranger.
Were you able to deliver the package? Yes, but now the Dominos want you dead. The Dominos were there. Verzanzo's eyes fly open and he tugs at his beard. I was so careful, always following the La Vida. They couldn't have known.
Well, well. Is this your last day among the living, Verzano?
Verzano wrings his hands. Your timing is impeccable. Palagina. The Dominos are after me. Please, you've got to stop them.
As if any of this were ever in my hands. The Republics considered your business worth protecting based on its success. That success depended on cooperation with the locals, like House Dominel. You've lost that. And the favor of the dukes.
What's the meaning of this? I'll interrupt. I don't know.
Even if you get out of this alive, they're done with you. The Dukes have more pressing interest in Defiance Bay than rescuing one merchant who threw himself overboard.
Verzanzo falls to his knees and clasps his hands together. Have mercy, Palagina. I don't stand a chance against the Dominos. He bites his trembling lip. I've brought failure and shame on myself, but you can't mean to watch your countrymen die like a dog.
Verzano, Verzano. Why are you wasting your precious breath on me? My orders come through the ambassador, and through the ambassador from people you should be honored ever gave a moment's thought to whether you live or die. You don't seem like the sort to petition the gods to keep him out of hell. So why not cry mercy to the one person in this room with the power to grant it?
I tend to protect Verzano from the Dominos. Palagina drops her gaze and lightly shakes her head from side to side. Moments later, she turns her eyes to the ceiling in amused disbelief.
Verzano, you have a saint looking out for you after all.
She strides across the room and takes the already nervous Verzanzo's head in her fettered hands. The gesture that seems to hover in a dangerously narrow space between caressing and crushing.
Just don't come knocking on the embassy door. Understand?
Verzanzo replies with a rapid, weak series of nods. Palagina nods back once and gives his face a light slap.
Do as you will. He's no longer my concern.
Donna saunters through the door, flanked by a squad of Dominel's foot soldiers. She lets her gloved hand rest on the hilt of her weapon. A sneer curdles on her face as she looks at you. It seems I was wrong to overlook your blunder. Rest assured, I never make the same mistakes twice. I need to reissue my orders because I have no idea what I'm doing. Where's Ada? Can't see him in this flash of light. this guy. Oh, it's Defiance. Why does he have the bear symbol? I don't understand. This is so confusing. Where are you going, Ada? Oh gosh, Ada is dying.
Hey.
He wipes the sheen from his forehead and looks around the warehouse with the wide, fearful eyes of a haunted animal. I can't thank you enough, Nico, but this won't stop the dominoes for long. I've got to get out of here, and I recommend that you do too. He hands you his pistol and gives you a bag of coins with shaking hands. That's all I have after this ill-fated venture. Thank you again, and please look out for yourself. Wait, what? I don't understand. Oh, shit.
Of course. Hey.
Oh, this is a two-handed weapon now. I understand. Flash crush. It's just crush.
Hey. Hey.
Sorry, I am.
You must have seen.
Sure. Pirate cities floating in the archipelago. The mountain halls of these northern dwarves. Plenty.
You You're making quite a name for yourself with the dominoes. Pity that it isn't the kind of impression you should be making.
Hey. Hey.
Ready.
Dang. Skeletons in the city. Human skeleton has joined the party ×3. Human skeleton has left the party ×3.
This elder of yours, he may have returned a drunk or an invalid.
Maybe. But the search for Persoc is just as important as what I find.
Is that right? And what if you return empty-handed, huh?
I never return empty-handed.
Hey.
I wonder what happens if I just roll in the of the dominoes.
Welcome.
Nothing, I guess. That's fine. As long as we don't get on each other's, or as long as we don't step on each other's toes, I'm fine with how things are. A well-maintained statue of a middle-aged man presides over the room, looking down unblinking over the bustle and hurried academics pestered by the hopeful desperate. A strong warmth emanates from it that you could sense from across the room. There is a human soul stored beneath the stonework. You feel its attention torn towards you. It has been some time since a watcher graced these halls. His voice echoes deeply, rumbling the floor beneath you. I am envious of your natural insights, traveler. I can only imagine how it might have helped my work in life. Now, what is it that has brought you to my sanatorium? Does anyone here know anything about awakenings? There's an animancer on the lower floor who came all the way from Revois to study them. Take the stairs down and look for Bella Sage. Are you the animancer who's been buying relics from Immatal? There are large and rather notorious black market for uncatalogued Engrithian relics. I stay far away from it. I'm curious as to how you've come to be in your present state. In the statue, you mean? Well, he laughs. I was old, and it seemed wrong to me. A lifetime spent in pursuit of discovery, only to lose it all in death. Somewhere, someday, I would wake up in a new body, none the wiser, and pursue a different course entirely. Oh, that experience wasted. If we are ever to unearth the principles of behind our existence, it will be in spite of our condition. Of that I am quite sure. To live on as part of something I helped build seemed to me a better legacy than what nature had in store. The transfer itself was quite simple as our techniques go, and for that I am grateful. Playing with souls is far easier to accept when they are not your own. I do miss being able to take an active role in the scholarly efforts here. Now and again, one of our animators will humor me and consult over some problem, but they are a jealous breed and are too afraid to collaborate. If you are considering it yourself, I can tell you that it isn't easy. It isn't for the easily bored. You may have a member of the Laden Key in your midst. Lethamir groans and the stone around him shudders. I could have done without hearing that today. Many have their intrusions been into our affairs. Of course, one can seldom be certain whether they've meddled or whether calamity has struck on its own, but a few of their less skilled infiltrators have been exposed from time to time. They are a perpetual nuisance. Once again, I am reminded of how envious I am of your gifts. I suspect they would be of some use in verifying one's identity. You are at odds with the latent key as well, I take it. I don't like what they stand for. If you have been able to discern what precisely they do stand for, I would be fascinated to hear it. Just another collection of cowards trying to hold back the tide because it frightens them, it seems to me. Do you have some idea of who this person might be? I suspect it's a patient. Very well, in that case, I would recommend you speak first with our resident animancers. They have frequent interactions with both patients and colleagues. You'll find them up here or in their offices downstairs. You will report anything suspicious to me immediately. This is my only request.
Hey.
Spa.
Hail and well met.
An elderly woman pursues the shows with a quickness and an energy that belie her age. I'm afraid I don't practice anymore, child. So busy with my research. Amato sent me. You said you'd be interested in these scepter pieces we found. That chatty old fishwife's been blabbering about me, I see. She laughs and rolls her eyes. Never trust your secrets to a man with so much salt in his beard. Anyway, let's see what you've got. Lance examines the scepter, her eyes folded by crinkled flesh. Yamato told you true. I'll buy this. Unfortunately, a broken scepter isn't as valuable as he may have led you to believe. She steals a glance at your face, but her fingers tighten around the piece in her hands. I'll take it off you for 500. You seem a little too excited. What aren't you telling me? The corners of her mouth twitch upward. Sharper than Yamato, I see. The truth is, I could repair the scepter. She runs her fingers along one of the pattern pieces. It's broken, sure enough, but the pieces themselves are in good condition. Making it whole again is a matter of alchemy, expensive alchemy. I've got to soak the broken ends in a fiend's blood compound to reconnect them. Never mind the embalming work to restore the enchantments. Yes, you, I could do it to the tune of 1800 pounds. I'll be back later. Oh shoot. I'd have saved before talking to her.
Of course.
Welcome.
I expect you will want to watch and see that your money's put to good use, but get comfortable then? After what feels like hours, she returns to the main hall with you and presents the scepter. Looking at it, you'd never know it had been broken in the first place.
Hey.
Slow and silent.
Wait, or benevolent. Lost domino to overwhelmingly bad.
Hello.
I'm looking for an expert on awakening. You're in luck, I have a volunteer. Arade, who is it? I don't know about this. He grins more broadly still. Don't be silly, the process is perfectly harmless. All you must do is stand in that cage. Wow, that's funny. I beg your pardon. I just, you Adrians are so uptight. I do not even know what the thing is used for. It belonged to the last occupant of this office, I think. Now they upgrade him to a cell. Again, I just... He rubs her hands together, getting down to business. So, I need you to sit here. He takes Elaf by the shoulders and steers him to the couch. Then try to relax, but don't try too hard. Then you will not be relaxing. Indeed, his eyes are humorless. And you must also wear these. A little cold, but the copper will help conduct your essence. The animancer fastens the copper bands to Elaf's foreheads and wrists. As she ratchets them tighter, his face twitches with suppressed irritation. Now, I will examine your soul through my scope. He reaches into her desk and produces a long chambered tube. Knobs, dials, and small toothed wheels run along the side of the device. It is fitted with Adra lenses cut to different thicknesses and concavities. By manipulating them, I will find the angles and densities that will allow me to track the anomalies in your soul. How exciting! I've never seen this sort of thing performed. Ella peers at the device with interest. It seems suitably complicated. Does this mean we'll get to talk to Ishmael more? I like that lady. He raises a finger, but first, we must find this cunning interloper. He will answer some personal questions while I make adjustments. Sagani pats his arm. Don't worry. I'm sure we won't hear any of it. Olaf squirms on the couch. Very well. She holds the scope to her eye and flicks a knob to begin. Tell me something personal. Something from a time before your awakening. There's nothing to tell. I was just a normal child living in the Scythe Wood. He looks to you. His face is set in a frown, but the rigid edges of apprehension show through nevertheless. What do you remember about your home? As you speak to Olaf, you feel your voice like a bell in your chest. It tolls softly, luring him into the mists of his own memory. The Lesage doesn't seem to notice anything, but you feel as if your words are smoothing his essence, untangling its many threads. He closes his eyes, comfortable, modest, quiet when Mother is away, which is most of the time, quiet enough to hear the clink of glass on wood. This is when I know to be most careful. Father is good about hiding the bottles. Mother, when she is home, is good at pretending not to notice them. This is good. I am starting to see something. Continue. Tell us about the time you awakened. She bites her tongue as she twists one of the dials. I am in my fifth year of training. Mother is home. I can let my guard down a little because when she is around, he is usually only angry with her. But he has heard that I have had trouble casting missiles, that my flame shields are unstable. He is furious that I have failed, and Mother's presence reminds him that he has failed too. The first blow takes me by surprise. One moment I am sweeping the kitchen, the next I am sprawled on the ground, stupidly looking at the flecks of my blood on the tile. His boots, glistening with fresh polish, thud across the floor. He kicks me in the stomach, and I curl up to shield my vitals, but it's pointless. Protecting one thing only leaves something else exposed. Still huddled on the ground, I retreat as fast as I can. I retreat until the vision of the kitchen and my own trembling knees is nothing, but I pinprick against a field of black. His jaw locks and his eyes twitch beneath their lids. Adicho. Bilious Sage furiously cranks the knobs along her scope. He's hypnotized himself with his old memory. You've got to bring him out of it. Quickly, I almost have it. Squeeze Alaf's hand. You're safe. Everything's fine. Alaf's eyes snap open, but the expression you see in them isn't his. He's near safe when I hap upon him. Bella Sage sucks a deep breath through her teeth. That's it. I'm seeing a shift in his essence. Something spreading and congealing. She glances at you over her scope. Keep talking. He seems to respond to you. What brought you here? Cracking bones and voices high in ire. That warm molasses feeling that grips down your gut when crisis is nigh. Belfetto. We have flares of a totally distinct essence. She jots shorthand notes onto the page next to her and turns one clicking knob of her scope. Now try to get the two of them talking. Ishmir, tell Alaf why you've awakened. He's the one needed me, hiding in his own bone bag like a turtle in its shell. Alaf's face twists in fury. I never turned it over to you. Good, yes, very good. She rests from her scribbling, only to make another adjustment to her scope. I can now see two separate patterns of essence, where he ebbs, the other flows. It's as if the awakened soul fills the spaces that he leaves empty. She prompts you with a circling of her wrist, bow still in hand. Go on. Alaf. What's this about ceding space to Ishmael? He grits his teeth painfully. I've given her nothing. He usurps me in my own body. And I lend him a pair too. He should ask what I did that old man of his. All the last time he laid a hand on us, I broke it in 3 places. Alaf's head jerks to the side. That wasn't your decision. It's never been your decision. Nai was awakening. But now I'm stuck with she, and damned if I let your Nining drag us both through the scupper. Very good. He lowers her scope and consults her notes. I think I finally got something we can work with. I've tracked Ishmir's essence throughout the exchange. She had a particularly high density index during the most heated portions of their argument, and her essence seems to localize most clearly in the lower portion of the subject's left ribcage. That's right around the spleen, which of course means that he is triggered by black bile. No doubt the subject's characteristic melancholy is to blame. Alaf blinks back at you, and in the midst of his perturbation, you're not quite sure who's looking out of his eyes. That's utter force. Tagani's eyes are wide and innocent. It does seem as though she's got one thing right. He glares at him. Yes, never mind my years of training. I suppose you have a better explanation? You're close. I think Ishmael's appearance are related to potential sources of trouble for Alaf. Bella Sage carefully scratches her jaw, her gaze darting between you and Alaf. I suppose that could be true. She jots another note. I have to check this against other research. He removes the copper bands. Well, and good for you. But what does this mean for me? Bella Sage frowns at her notes, tapping her cheek with a quill and making a grand show of concentration. However, you catch her stealing a glance at you over the pages. She did you a favor by dealing with your father, didn't she? I think she's trying to help you stand up for yourself. You may not like her methods, but you should hear her out. If you had to listen to her half as much as I do, you wouldn't say that. He scowls, but you notice something thoughtful in his frown. I've got a lot to process. Regardless, thank you for your help, Blaze Cherry. He does not look at Bella Sage. She sets her notes on her desk and returns to her scope. Well, I hope this has been as useful to you as it has been to me. I finally have material worth publishing. You'll be the toast of revoir, Ventre Aloth. His grimace melts into a crooked smile. I, advancing the right-wise principles of animancy, just what you've always wanted. As you turn to leave, you catch a darting movement out of the corner of your eye. Bella Sage is humming to herself, still occupied with her scope. But Alaf is holding her notes. He's just about to tuck them into his cloak when he catches you watching. He holds a finger to his lips, his eyes wide and imploring. Please, I don't want my personal information published like this. Especially not after her nonsense. I can't let you do that, not after hearing how much this means to her. No, you can't. You get your explanation and she gets her research. That was the deal. He slides the papers back onto the desk, giving you a rueful look. I'm not gonna help you explain this one, Scholar Boy. Now, where's that patient?
Hail and well met.
Hey.
There's nothing here.
Margaren's fire
Nothing
casts
and
light
nobody.
in dark places.
I'll see what I can do. The work of a moment.
Azo? Who's Azo?
Hello.
I'm not sure what I want to talk about Azo about. Talk about Azo to the headmaster, but I'll try and give it a shot.
Well met, friend.
Experiments. Admiral Azo is in charge of patient welfare now. He's not authorized to run any more experiments. I am disappointed in Cadman. I had hoped he would be the one to guide your inquiry. He'll be in his office or in the patient wards. I am granting you immediate access so you can find him. No doubt you will wish to speak to him further on this matter, and I, for one, am curious as to what he might have to say. Tread carefully in the wards. There are a few dangerous cases. I would ask also that you do your best not to agitate the patients. They have enough troubles as it is. Farewell. Money.
Greetings.
Money. This is dreadful. What manner of treatment is this? Oh, don't tell me Azo awakened. Maybe you'll get there again one day, if not in this life, then in another. Let's just ignore the flesh construct, oh no. Oh, this place is huge.
I shall be discreet.
Oops, that's stealing.
I shall. Hey.
Oh, that's a patient. I should not attack person.
I'll see what I can do. The work of a moment. Hey. I'll have it in no time. The work of a moment.
This is our suspect. A round-faced, balding man turns to face you. His upper lip is pulled upward slightly by his pointed nose, exposing his upper teeth when he scowls.
What is the meaning of this?
The Moe told me you're not supposed to be doing any more experiments. Yes, well, Moe hasn't done much good for anybody since he had his soul moved to an inanimate object, so I fail to see why I should let that sway me. If animancers all followed the commanders of their leaders, where would we be? We'd all be as backwards as and willfully ignorant as created chaos. We would know nothing about life or death or even ourselves. We would be lost in the dark with no clue as to why. I never thought I'd find myself in agreement with a statue, but Moe's right about this fellow at least. He sneers at Azo, how easily ambition masquerades as prudence. I'll bet he's fooled even himself. Surely there are other paths that don't involve risking lives.
Indeed. Many lives have been spent in such pursuits, writing treatises and poems. But tell me this, how does one verify the truth of a poem? If some philosopher stumbled across the meaning of our existence, how would we know it from a false one? These are wasted lives. In animancy there is progress. We are measurably closer to complete understanding because of our work. And that will be true until our work is complete. Who will solve Widewen's legacy? Some church? Some warrior? It will be an animancer or it will be no one at all.
Have you tried your experiments on any other subjects? I have, yes. No point in lying about it. Now that Ethamo is involved, I asked for volunteers from our patients and a few brave souls came forward. I was very close at one time to a breakthrough. They understood their sacrifices would mean something. I heard you were demoted. How did it happen? Azo's nostrils and flare and he bares his upper teeth more broadly. That's none of your concern. Did one of the others put you up to this? Aldmir? That smug weasel. Things went wrong. Everything. I don't know how. I'll never know. He spits on the floor as if to remove a bitter taste from his mouth. Are you the Animancer who's been buying relics from Ishmael?
What is it now?
I'd like access to the North Ward. Out of the question. Those patients are in isolation for a reason. Your forehead seems stamped all of a sudden. Perhaps I should discuss your insubordination with the head warden.
You smug cretin. How dare you come down here and meddle? You have no idea the importance of my research.
He pulls up his fist and digs his teeth into his index finger, a growl simmering beneath his breath and a deep scowl compressing his face.
Fine. Speak to them for all the good it'll do you. I'm sure the discussions will be fascinating.
He pulls a heavy key from one of his pockets and nearly slams it down on the floor before handing it to you. Thank you. Is this my face? Tell me. Thundering sky, rain of blood, innocence must drown. This man has the look in his eyes of a hunted animal, and at your approach he staggers backward to the far corner of his cell, halfway appearing, as though he would climb the walls, as it would get him further away from you. He cries a bizarre primal utterance like nothing you have heard. Never mind.
These poor people. This isn't the treatment that they were promised upstairs by the cushioned seats and lush carpets. Is that the cure for soul sickness? To be thrown into a cell and subjected to the whims of your captor?
I doubt the wealthier citizens have the same experience. What were you expecting? Anna winces. I have seen the sick and the mad exiled, or else treated like contagious vermin, but I cannot believe that this is the kindest alternative. But if all were treated like this, the sanitarium would never survive. What did these patients do to warrant such conditions? Let's get moving. Yeah, I don't like any of the options. A scrim. A willowy adolescent boy stands in the center of his cell, hawkish and stoop-shouldered. He stares straight ahead, the occasional blink his only movement, and it is unclear whether he registers your presence at all behind his glassy dull-like eyes. In this state, the barriers between your soul and his are thin and porous, easily bypassed if you should wish it. Reach out for the soul. You close your eyes and edge forward toward the boy's soul, and as you near, a sudden malaise comes over you. You are cold and warm all at once, sweating and shivering and straining for breath, as you did on the caravan journey. The soul you approach is the wrong one, a parasitic plant that strangles its host. It is predatory and pitiless, and you have crossed paths with it before. Too late does it occur to you to react, and already you feel yourself plunging into some interminable abyss of thought and memory. You are standing in a cell now, the same cell in the sanitarium. The halls are moonlit and empty, and you are waiting. At the far end of the ward, the door opens, revealing a flesh golem in silhouette beneath the stone archway. It makes its usual rounds, the same stops every time, the misbegotten child of despondent creators. When the construct is close, you coil yourself up and spring forward, passing out of the boy's body as though it were a membrane. You can sense his body behind you collapsing to the floor, a puppet whose strings are cut. You are rushing towards the golem now, bodiless as a gust of wind. Quickly, you think to yourself. Quickly, and you feel the strength hemorrhaging from your soul as you dart towards the makeshift abomination. You pass into the golem's shell and overtake the soul implanted within, encircling it, suppressing it, and contained in this new vessel. You are strong again. You step heavy-footed down corridors, unheeded by the other constructs, and scrutinized only by the wary, untrusty eyes of the mad, coming at last to an office piled with books and scribbled papers and the perverse implements of animancy. You set your oversized hands upon a large machine, a nest of globes and tubes and coils in the center of the room, and go to work, bending wires and unsettling alignments. Your surroundings are pulled past you, or perhaps you are pulled past them, and they dissolve into a blur. When they settle into place again, you are outside on a clear day, standing in front of a crowd stacked high above you on the tiered seats of the amphitheater. You are acting for the crowd, standing deliberately still, but this is no play. A balding man with rodent-like features is strapping you to a machine, the one you had tampered with. You see your arms for the first time, short and fleshy, unmistakably those of a little girl, but this body is not truly yours. Your mind still holds the same determination, the same hard-heartedness as before. The body itself is cold and vacuous. Unlike the others, this one has no soul of its own. The man speaks and the crowd applauds with an enthusiasm worthy of a hero's entrance. Bear witness, as he says, and he pulls the lever. The machine shivers and sparks, and a bead of sweat rolls down the side of the man's brow, but the crowd's apprehension quickly gives way to awe as a crystal globe goes with a radiant mist that casts the entire theater aglow. He opens a valve and the glow crawls through a tube along a length of copper wiring that runs to a set of electrodes beneath your armpits. You feel nothing when it reaches you, as it should be, for you have been leading his work astray periodically for some time, altering notes and setting and playing puppeteer for Hollowborn, but you make it look how people would expect it to look when a body is infused with a soul. In a moment, the machine goes dark, and the man unstraps you, eyeing you with a scientist's concern. He looks back up at the crowd. Behold, he says, but there's obvious hesitation in his voice. Slowly, you take a plodding step forward, then another and another. You look up at the man, giving him the eye contact of which no Hollowborn is capable, and the crowd gasps. The man looks relieved. How do you feel? He asks, at a volume meant for the crowd. And this is the moment. At the top of your lungs, you let out a piercing shriek. The man comes towards you, his hands outstretched, but you run the other way, back to the machine. With all your strength, you drive your head into the crystal globe and it shatters, streaking your head with warm blood. You drive your head down onto the surface of the machine again and again, drawing panicked screams from the crowd, and by the time the man reaches you, your body has already ceased proper function and merely twitches on the cold ground. Satisfied, you depart the corpse in search of another unsuspecting host. Who could put their faith in animancy now? You are pulled again from your surroundings, transcending the boundaries of memories and lifetimes, deeper and deeper past betrayals and murders and lies upon lies that form the thick webbing of plots beyond mortal comprehension. You settle at last on a room you have seen before. Expansive was the tall device encasing an Adra monolith at its center. The room is filled with people, and the people all look at the device. You are yanked suddenly back into reality, and the once catatonic boy in the cell is looking directly at you, appraising, calculating. There is no mistaking now that it is the soul of the man who caused your awakening that gazes out from the borrowed husk, a watcher. Wait, what really? I believe we share. Oh, you made me into a watcher. I need you to undo it. Is that so? He makes no effort to hide his disinterest, but he continues to search your eyes. He makes a slight grunting noise, and his eyes soften for an instant, and it seems for that moment that he recognizes you. He opens his mouth to speak, then seems to think better of what he was about to say. His jaw tightens. I know your look. You hunger for answers that elude you. It gnaws at your soul. It usurps your reason for being. You're like everyone. I will help you let go. He dodges backwards with startling grace, putting himself out of reach. On his face there is no malice, only the dispassion of a farmer putting down a sick animal. Then suddenly he slumps forward. Oh no, he's entering me. No, Darloff, get in. Oh shoot, run. I'm still alive. I don't deserve to stand. heck just happened?
Hey.
Oh gosh, is this happening?
Brave does not believe.
Disengage, disengage. Engage. I don't really need. It's just aim.
You brave does not.
Attack, attack.
Hey.
Leave it to me.
Oh, I
Hey.
earned enough experience for the flesh construct. Let's see here.
I'll take a look.
Defiance! Defiance!
Peter, what are you doing? It's not how you fight.
Hey.
Hello. Now they're all dead. Me?
Yes.
Where's everyone?
I wonder what this is.
It's drugs. You knew this would happen.
Huh?
What have you done? I don't have time for this.
Hey.
I require more copper tubing for my next experiment. Do not requisition it from the sanitarium stores. I don't have the time to deal with the head warden's inevitable questions.
Hey.
I'm not good. One last thing here. What the blazes happened down there? We were given permission to ask questions. It's complicated. A patient of yours, Esgrim, was working for the Laden Key only without knowing it. You finished your explanation, and Ethelmore breaks his silence. I have read accounts of people in history who could do what you describe. The accounts are few and brief and never reliable. Some go as far as to suggest that they are all the same person. If truly such a person was here plotting our ruin, would that I had a body again and could be of some real use in our time of need. I fear what the future may hold for this place. I am grateful you were able to dispatch the threat before there was loss of innocent life. We very nearly had another scandal on our hands. What of Ozzo? What part did his experiments play in his catastrophe? Ozzo was only trying to help the patients. The Laden Key took advantage of him. I should have known better than to isolate him. Of course he would resort to deception. The wiser thing would be to allow his experiments, with close oversight, of course. A mind like his must be allowed a chance to create.
Well met, friend.
Beg your pardon, I have a message for you. You are summoned to Edred House where Lady Webb wishes to meet with you as soon as possible. Now, not much you can do in these parts without Lady Webb knowing about it. At least that's what I've always heard. Guess it's true. Where can I find Edred House? It's just over there, my lord. Southwest corner of Brackenbury. You'll find a lady upstairs. How did you know where to find me? Well, it's Lady Webb. She knows everything. Tell me about Lady Webb. Do you not know Lady Webb? Well, no one's seen her exactly in a long time, but she's the mistress of Dunrid Row. Has been for as long as anyone can remember. He pauses, eyeing his passerby with suspicion. Quietly, he continues. She's supposed to be old, older than anybody, and she never leaves her room. Some say she's wasted away, and she's just a pile of bones keep animated by dark magics. He's still at it, best anyone can tell, learning things, keeping us safe, pulling the strings behind the throne too, it said. Has a rule of ring of ciphers doing her bidding, telling her everything that goes on. You do wrong in this country. Before you go asking the gods for forgiveness, best you ask Lady Webb first. What's Danrid Row? A whole mess of ciphers run out of Hadrid House. They make it their business to keep the peace, but they don't like you to see them do it. Problems in the city have a way of going away on their own, and when that happens, you can make a pretty good guess as to why. Very well. is the end of this stream. Thank you all for watching.